want to be one of the best brewers there is,
I stopped dressing all in plastic.
you better be brewing 5 to 6 times a week.
Every beer is made with love, and it begs to be appreciated.
I need something to kill the salmonella I'm kind of worried about in the eggs.
Do you find that that the hops kind of clash with the chicken embryo you put in there?
I might sleep here tonight.
It's a California king. There's plenty of room for both of us, Beavis.
How many of the brewers over there have seen your ass?
That's it. Someone's getting cut tonight.
All I have to say is, hey, McDowell, how you doing?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Had a really big belch ready to go, and then I swallowed it instead of letting it out. I really wanted to give you listeners a taste of how I've been living for the last week, which is all beer and belches in San Diego at the Craft Brewers Conference. So I got a report about that for you today. And we got an all-star cast here on the session. Doc's back in the studio. He always starts our all-star cast.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, man.
Doc started early today, so I think you guys are going to have a good time with
Yeah, I'm already lit.
Doc comes in with that big stupid smile on his face, and you know what he's been doing all day.
Oh, yeah.
And Jamil Zainashev surprised us along with Sean Paxton. And they're in full BN Army uniform.
Yeah, I feel slighted because I'm not wearing mine.
Yeah.
We could have been 4 as 1.
Easily.
Where are you shopping?
Same place.
Same place.
The BN store.
Same place. And they're all here to hang out with us and Peter Hoey from Sack Brewing Company. You guys will remember Peter from Bison Brewing. That's when he was on the show with us last. But now he's with Sack. And welcome back, my brother.
Thanks again.
It's good to have you. And
You said sack.
yeah, I did, and we're going to be saying it all day. And that's the last time I want to hear he said Sack.
He said Hoey, too.
So let's not start that right now, and I'm fucking serious about that.
Wow.
The he said all day long. Between you and Doc, I can just feel it coming.
Come on.
It's coming, baby.
It's coming already.
Can you turn my headphones up?
No.
He said
Really?
head.
You really need them up?
Yeah, I can't hear myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's never good.
Can't wet yourself?
All right, here you go.
There you go.
Better? Don't forget to use your mute switch.
Give JP a little oomph.
Poor JP's got like salmonella poisoning or something today. I don't know what he's got. He's had a loose ass for a couple of days. He comes in here today like, oh, it's not good. I'm going to have to leave early. I'm leaving.
Why do I sound like a guy from Brooklyn who's been smoking for 45 years?
I'm leaving. So Chad
on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again.
Yeah.
It's coming out both ends. I don't know what to do.
So Shat, the producer, may have to take over the chat room today because Beavis bailed on us real late. Sent me a text real late.
Yeah, you can.
I'm sorry.
How come you don't have a microphone, Chad?
Check one.
No, I don't, you're not even plugged in anywhere. Why do I not have that microphone plugged in?
Might be a good thing.
Because it's Chad.
Here we go. Try again. I think I just forgot how to use my studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
I've been out of here for so long, I forgot where all these buttons do. All right, there you go. Now you can talk with us all day, shit.
I'm ready for the chat.
So JP's in the chat room for you right now, and no Bevo.
Tasty's in the building.
Tasty just showed up. It's going to be a full show. Paxton already predicted 7 hours. I'm saying no to that.
Oh, come on.
I've heard both of those things before.
It's big fat no. You've heard me say no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we do have a lot to talk about today. I'm real excited to have Peter in the studio with us. We've got a couple of good topics. I'll tell you those in a second. But first, a little congratulations is in order for the Peter. He has a new baby. Last time we spoke to him, he was newly married, and now this time he got a new baby.
He's getting on it. Getting down to business.
Yeah. You waste no time, huh?
Not at all.
Is that a honeymoon baby?
No. It was the last time that I talked with you about doing the show, you called me like last minute and said, hey, can you come in? It was like a Friday night. Can you come in? And I said, I really can't because I'm getting married.
Yeah.
And I think you said that was the best excuse you'd ever heard for not being able to make it.
Although secretly I was still offended.
Oh, yeah.
That you would choose that over doing the program.
You're too soft.
You could have done both.
Yeah.
Who gets married on a Sunday night?
No, that's right. I was actually why would you even get back to me on a day like that? He gets back to me now. I'd love to. I'm about to get married. I'm on the altar.
Like right now.
Yeah.
Actually, right now, do you want to talk to the priest?
Yeah. So,
do you have any objections? That you're on the phone?
I do. I object. I've got a show to do. How long ago the baby? I was like,
she's going to be 3 months on Tuesday.
3 months.
So
still ugly, or is she getting cute now?
No, she's gorgeous.
That's good.
She was always gorgeous.
Really? Come on, right out of the womb, get out.
Right out of the chute.
No.
All slimy and stuff.
3 months on Tuesday. Is that what it is?
Tuesday.
My cat will be 1 year on Thursday.
Shut.
That's
up,
not
JP.
the same at all.
JP,
No, but it's kind of the same.
It's not the same, and it's
It's not the
creepy
same?
that you know the day. That really freaks me out, man. I never cease to be freaked out by you and your catness.
Look, man.
Hey, they love him. It's
Yeah.
okay.
My cat will be 1 on Tuesday.
Yeah, May 1st.
Are you having a party?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
you
gonna
want to come?
Oh, yeah. I want to see the hats.
You can have all your cats in hats.
Hats for
Cat
cats.
in the hat.
No, no.
That is so
What's for
creepy.
dinner? Are you doing some soft? Are you doing some of the
Sheba.
the crispy?
He's earned Sheba.
Get some Sheba.
The fresh can.
I think
A whole can?
I'm going to have 2 cans of Sheba. I'll probably have my grandparents over and give them one. That's what they're used to. It's hard being a senior
chews
citizen
nicely.
in this kind of
Now, what flavor
global
are you
market.
going for?
A tuna fish. Come on.
A tuna.
It's not. Be serious, Sean. Come on.
That's weird.
This is why JP's fingers always smell like tuna.
Yeah. It's not because he ever has dates, that's for sure. It's the Sheba.
You can neither confirm nor deny.
All right. So also, here's what we're doing today. We're going to cover single hop beers, which I think is not only a timely discussion because varieties are dwindling, but we've kind of talked about this for a while, and I think it's pretty interesting to do an entire beer with just one hop. And Peter's done some experimenting with it, so that's why we kind of have him in here to do this discussion. You started while you were with Bison doing that.
Yeah, we still made a normal blended hop IPA for our 6-packs, and for all of our 22-ounce releases, we would have the same malt base for the beer and then just change the hop variety and keep the IBUs the same but keep the weights of the finishing hops the same so we could see how these different hops were playing, and we really focused on new and experimental varieties.
Okay.
So I started it there, and I've brewed a couple single hop beers since I've been at Sacramento Brewing, but we don't have quite as a regular program there.
Okay. Now, this is great for homebrewers because we've talked about, only changing one ingredient to get to know your ingredients and things like. If you change 5 things at once, you don't know which made the effect on your beer.
Yeah,
so
it sucks first, and now it sucks again.
Yeah, and you don't know how exactly. So this is a cool way to keep the same malt bill and all that, and just change one ingredient. In this case, it's the hop. So we're going to cover that today, and then you guys have a brand new barrel program up at Sac Brew.
Yeah, the brewery sold in February, so we got new owners, and I sat down with the new owners, the Irwin family, and I was talking with them, and I said, I've never been at a brewery where I had the space to do a barrel program, so I've never done any beer in barrel before, and I said it's something I'd really like to do. And literally the second and third checks that were written off of the new company were to purchase barrel racks and barrels.
Great.
So we went from 0 to 24 barrels in like 1 week.
All right.
So we've got a bunch of different projects going on.
So were you dancing around the brew house?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'll bet.
Yeah,
I saw pictures.
Yeah.
There's proof.
Yeah.
And then Sean Paxton has been giving you a hand with that, so we'll be talking to Pax as we do the barrel age program a little bit later to help out and figure that out. Pax's got his fingers in everything. What's going on with Sean Paxton? He's like every brewer's friend.
I don't know.
I'm bored.
What to say to that.
You got nothing else to do?
You don't have time to be bored.
Don't you have a baby at home to take care
I
of?
got a wonderful little 9-month-old, and
But that's why I got a wife. It's fine.
I think he just brings the baby along. Last time we were brewing with Doc, there was baby there.
Sean's Mr. Mom.
I am.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mom.
It allows me to do lots of other things.
You don't look like Mr. Mom, I got to say.
You'd be amazed.
Oh, he comes over. He's helping me brew. He's stirring with one hand. He's got the baby on the hip in the other hand.
Yeah.
It worked.
It did.
He definitely looks like one of those guys that has free candy scrawled in the dirt in his van or something.
He looks like Creepy Mom, not Mr. Mom.
Yeah.
But I saw you.
Fidel Castro to you.
Yeah. Pax, I got to thank you. You've been, all these different events you're doing, and people are reporting on the events you've been doing, and you're always sporting your BN Army gear.
I tell you.
Yeah. You're a good soldier.
Well, I try.
That's good.
The least I can do is try.
Loyal soldier.
Tasty, on the other hand, won't take off his Pliny hat, and every time he's got to get paid to wear his BN Army gear. Boy, oh boy.
He is wearing Sam Adams shirt and a Pliny hat. That guy, he's like sponsored.
They showed me the money.
Did they both pay you? Those bastards.
He's gonna have
Come on, they gave him 5 large.
He's gonna have like White Labs shorts on soon, and then maybe Mobile One socks because
we have Red Horse socks. We can sell them.
Okay, good. All right, Tasty hanging out with us. You guys did a homebrew comp today, huh? Tasty and Jamil.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were working at the NHC West region competition.
Oh, it was that homebrew comp.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
That little one.
Where are my results?
We just finished it up today.
Maybe
What
you
are
heard
the
of it?
results out in a few days.
Huh? Right now. Let's go. Tell me.
So you've passed on the beers that are going to pass on from this region.
Yeah. Right.
Wow,
They'll be in Cincinnati at these beers.
He's got all the info.
It's a done deal.
It's in his head.
I know, but I cannot tell.
Can you tell how many beers were that you guys had to evaluate? How many
Yeah,
were
we had
entered?
664.
Wow,
Beers,
wow.
meats, and ciders.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And how many of those were does?
Oh, about 58%.
Really?
Of the winners or of the entries?
I can't talk about the winners.
But you had 58% were does?
Yeah, right.
How about the Brewing Network? Did we have a percentage?
I didn't
in
have
that?
those up.
You didn't.
So
Was there a few?
There was a
Did you-
fair
did
number.
you
Oh,
see?
sure, I saw some.
The other
definitely.
58% were mine.
We're all JCs.
Well,
Probably true.
he's not kidding.
It was 58% Doe's, everything else Jamil.
And 58% mine, yes.
How come you're not just your own club?
116%.
You ought to get out of Quaff and just be the Jamil Club.
A club of one.
What if you win as your own club, Jamil? That'd be disgusting and probably
The funny
possible.
thing is he's actually a Doe's member.
Yeah, but he enters under Quaff.
Uh-oh. This is a whole show right here.
He needs to enter as Doe's.
Here
He
it
really
is.
does.
Let's have it out,
It's
right?
your hometown. Just do it.
You know what, Doc? You're lucky I let Chad enter as Doe's. I wanted to make him enter as the Brewing Network, but I figured you'd be pissed off at me then,
Oh,
too.
yeah. There would have been fisticuffs.
Chad, traitor.
Hey, man. What do you mean?
It
Doe's
doesn't
is
matter. It is. He shows up at the meetings, actually.
And he pays his dues.
Pays attention.
I show up to all the special events where there's free food, and I don't pay my dues.
Yeah.
So I'm not officially a member. I'm more of a leech.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a
In the
Do-
background.
I'm a Doe's leech. Yeah. I just show up at the once a year, like the awards party.
Yeah.
And Doc gives me an award every year, and I feel like such a jerk. I'm standing in front of all those people going, I didn't even pay to be here, guys.
They're all going, who is that guy?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out. I'm just leeching off of what you guys have done all year. All right, so a lot of stuff to get to today. A couple of announcements. Of course, the anniversary party is set. It's Saturday, June 14th.
When?
And Saturday, June 14th in Napa at Downtown Joe's. It's going to be one hell of a party. I think everybody in this room is going to be there, except Peter. I haven't invited you yet. I don't know if you got baby time going on that day, but at least it's closer to you, right?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's kind of in between. We'll try to get Peter to be
check
there,
it out.
too. Saturday, June 14th in Napa, and everybody here is going to be there, plus a bunch of other BNers flying in from all over the world to go to this party.
Well, I haven't got a hall pass yet.
Oh, come on.
Get out of here. You're getting your hall pass if I have to go get it for you.
Okay.
You got to be there. The question with you is whether or not you're coming with us on Friday or you can't make it till Saturday is really the
Pretty
deal.
much, yeah.
Yeah. We'll figure that out.
Well, if I go with you Friday, I'm going to be wrecked for Saturday.
Yeah.
Good.
Jamil's going in Friday or Thursday even or so. Aren't you making a whole trip out of it?
Yeah, I'll probably spend the whole week down there in prepreparation for this,
Just getting ready.
Adjusting the liver and, marking my trail between my RV and Downtown Joe's.
So you can find your way back.
Yes,
Calibrating
exactly.
your liver.
Yes, exactly.
You got to. It's going to be a hell of a party.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready.
All right, good. And Colin's being real good to us, the brewmaster there at Downtown Joe's, letting us do a bunch of good things like serve our own homebrew for the first hour of the party. So if you're coming, bring homebrew, and we're going to get to do a tasting in the back there, which is real cool. And then we're going to have a bunch of guest beers, and then, of course, Colin's beers will be on tap all night.
You know what we should do is the brewcasters should brew a beer specifically for this, like an anniversary beer.
Well, we brewed it last anniversary party. It will be pouring there.
No, like, really?
Yep. We brewed a... What did we brew?
Yeah, that's right. It was a strong scotch.
Strong scotch?
Yeah, but I mean...
I was wondering what happened to that thing.
No, but I mean, no, the listeners, like us,
Yeah.
make a beer specifically for we all go in on a recipe. And
Like
just
right
kinda-
now?
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I don't know.
All right.
All right,
Doc's
let's
in.
go brew right now. I got
All
the
right,
keys.
We'll
Let's
see you
do it.
later.
All right.
We do have one. We have a year-old Scotch ale that we brewed with the listeners last year, so we'll pour that. And if we get around to, I know that sounds like a great idea, but I know how we work around here, and that's probably not going to happen. But it does.
Well, that's why I was looking at Doc more than anything.
Because maybe he'll make it happen.
It'll happen.
Yeah.
All right, so lots of good stuff going on there, and you're going to want to be there. Don't miss it. It's the party of the year, except for maybe the GABF and the NHC and maybe the Oregon Brewers Festival. But other than those three...
And the SoCal Brew Fest.
Other than those
Boonville.
4...
NCHF?
5...
In Boonville.
Or the Rayleigh Field Brew Fest.
6... Other than those 6...
My cat's birthday
NCHF? Come on.
My cat's
and
birthday
the
party.
7. Other than those 7, this
Count it
is
twice,
the
once for the
party
dinner
to
and once
be
for the
at.
fest.
8. Other than those 8.
Cinco de Mayo.
9. If you're not doing anything else that day, like if there's nothing good on television and
TiVo's empty
and you're bored,
the gardeners already came, can't mow the lawn, just go
it's
out
the
there.
place to be, I'll tell you that right now. So Downtown Joe, Saturday, June 14th. AHA memberships available through our store. This is an announcement that's really important because if you're not a member of the American Homebrewers Association, you should be, and you can support us by joining through the Brewing Network store. So you just sign up, I send you a card. You're a member, you get Zymergy Magazine, you get all the benefits, you get discounts on beers, you get discounts on the National Homebrewers Conference.
Justin gets off your back.
I leave you alone for a week or so.
Yeah.
And it's just a great way to help us and help yourself and help homebrewers in general because it's a really good organization.
So make sure you do it through our store.
If you're going to sign up, you can renew for through us too. By the way, if you want to get the card through us, you just go there and you enter your existing member number, and you'll be renewed, and we'll get the credit for it. And by the way, they're really liking the fact that a lot of you are signing up for memberships, and I appreciate that, and so does the AHA. So thank you for doing that already. You can also sign up for donations on the page. You've all been really coming through with that too, and I appreciate it. It keeps the electricity on, so we could do this. And I have our voicemail for the week now. It's 888-401-BEER. It's our live number, and it's our listener line all week long. I had to weed through 20 minutes of voicemails this week.
That's crazy.
But you liked it, didn't you?
No. Some of them were real creepy.
Well, that's what you get when you...
No, you like that stuff.
I like the final product. Once it's weeded out and we have the good ones then I like it. What did Jay-Z just trip over?
Everything.
Yeah.
No. The whole studio just
Headphones
got ripped.
itself.
Boom.
Yeah. So I do have a nice montage for you of our voicemails this week. If you want to leave voicemails to us, leave us messages, 888-401-BEER. You can do it all week long, and it's also the live number.
Well, I mean, when you invent a new medium of communication, you
might as well use it.
You have to really, it's a lot of work.
It turns out Shat invented the telephone.
Really?
And
this is true.
In Connecticut.
JP invented putting the telephone on the air.
Alexander Shat Bell.
And then I invented using the telephone on the air all week long.
Yeah, well,
I invented using the telephone in the bathroom.
Oh, that's what Doc invented, which is kind of creepy. I saw you in the bathroom the other day, JP, on the telephone.
Was I?
At CBS. I walk in there to wash my hands.
Yeah. I was in,
You're
evacuating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're talking to somebody on the telephone.
I was.
You
Hey,
don't
look.
do that.
Hey, come on. If he can drive and talk on the phone, he should be able to pee and talk on the phone.
No, he wasn't peeing.
No, I was peeing, but I was sitting down, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right. I think that's a mean thing to do to whoever's on the other line.
Plop.
Look, I don't know what to tell you.
I think you should curb that behavior.
Yeah.
Hey,
You can
look,
send-
if they want to talk to you that bad, they shouldn't care where you are.
Time is money.
It's true. Well, I was in there. I figured let's, monopolize my time or, whatever that consolidate.
Almost like President Johnson, how he used to like to make his aides come in there. He didn't want to waste any time.
There were aides back then?
Oh, so, different kind.
They all came in there.
Oh, he made them. They had to take notes while he's still talking to him on the can.
My dad made me do
This
that
is
once.
wrong.
Read a book report
If
to
we
him.
ever get an intern, I'm going to do that.
Hey, come in here.
Right.
Can you work
Show
on the
notes.
intern thing again?
Chad's working on it.
Yeah,
Talk
right.
To, talk
good.
to Shat.
Yeah.
So
No,
it'll happen
apparently
soon.
there's some hot chick in line.
Where?
And she's going to school for broadcasting right now, and Shat keeps dropping the ball on it.
Yeah, I'm on it this week.
Don't
You
drop
said
the
you're on
balls.
it for 3 months now.
Well,
a year and a half.
3 months.
3 months at least. At least.
See how fast time flies?
Everyone needs a hot intern in here, I gotta say.
Yeah, everyone. I need one.
JP especially.
Yeah.
So get to work on that.
We have a stripper pool.
So I could have our meetings while I'm on the shitter. which is just really creepy.
It could happen.
Write this down.
Take a memo.
Yeah.
No,
All right.
don't put that in
How
there.
about while you're in the weekly shower?
No, not then. No one wants to see that.
Intern.
All right, send your show ideas to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. CHAD, Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. Don't send them to me. Send them to Chad. He's doing a good job of booking. We've got guests lined up for quite a while now, so just send all those show ideas to Chad. He's doing a good job. And
A lot of great ideas, too.
And you can send your feedback to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com.
Thanks, Chad.
Which
The Chad can't be expected to come up with good ideas. Make sure you email him.
Tasty does that. Email the ideas.
Doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just does the booking.
Feedback.
All right, which brings us to...
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
As always, I have a lot.
Good.
A lot of feedback.
I like a lot. Give me more.
The first one's short and sweet. Hey, how about a Drunk of the Week BN t-shirt or even a hat? Which I think is a pretty good idea, actually. We should have
puke
Drunk
on
of
it
the
or
Week
something?
shirts. Yeah, it's like a big puke stain.
Just the hop grenade, but with chunky puke dripping off one side.
Ah,
That'd be good.
a guy passed out on the toilet.
Yeah.
Schumann and his brother uking somewhere.
Holding each other closely.
Maybe we ought to get a Drunk of the Week t-shirt. A lot of you guys are pretty creative out there in the BN Army, so why don't you come up with some designs and send them to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com if you want to see a Drunk of the Week t-shirt. All right, here we go. Hey, I just had a thought. I was recalling Bub saying he was waiting for the anniversary show to finally shave his mustache. The guitarist in my favorite band grew a beard on the band's final tour, shaved it after the last show, after which they broke up, and then auctioned the beard on eBay for charity and raised about $1,000.
That's it?
Australian.
That's disgusting.
So this guy says, can we encourage Bub to auction off his mo in the forum for charity? We need some sort of verification that there's no contamination with pubes or anything like that. But he wants Bub to come out here, shave it at the anniversary show, and then auction it off in the forum, which I'm all for.
Yeah.
That's
If you
great.
guys want to pay for that, then that's fine.
This must be a suggestion by Bub.
It might be Bub writing in under
Anyone in
a
their
pen
right
name.
mind wants Bub's
I know.
face pube.
I think we should have more Bub on the show. Love Bub.
Yeah, so I'll ask Bub. Hey, I'm up for it. I'm pretty sure Bub will be up for it. He likes that sort of thing. And then he goes on to say, thanks for the advice on getting West Vleteren into the country. It didn't have to go near my friend's colon at all, at least that he's telling me. Thanks again, guys. Great shows this year. Keep it up.
I was just about to ask where the Shoebies were.
Are they just showing up now?
Oh, yeah.
They're hugging you right now.
We have Shumi sign.
Schumann
Hey,
and Shoe Light. Just
Look at
walking
Shoe
in.
Light. He's already a rock star with the glasses on, indoors.
Jerks.
Yeah.
And his last comment here, Doc, is that you are a Dave Faulkner lookalike. Does anybody know who Dave Faulkner is?
I can look it up on Google.
Must be some Australian dude.
I need to see that.
All right, here's another one. Well, you guys... Oh, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. This is from an old dude who's writing into us, and he's kind of proud of being an old dude in the Army. He says, you guys really went and done it now. Oh, I'm going to read it exactly how he wrote it, too, because it's kind of like, it rambles. Well, you guys have really went and done it now. I'd like you to know you might all be charged with elderly abuse. It was good enough sitting on my train commute home laughing like, well, an old fart fool to your shows because no one sits around me and I get a choice of seats because if I sit down by anyone, they all move. That does look like Doc Dave Faulkner. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Whoever
doesn't
that
it?
is, that's Doc. JP's showing us the picture. We'll have to post that on the forum.
I always seem to
Everyone
look
can-
like somebody.
Yeah.
But today I found out that sitting at the doctor's office and listening to yet another show is a way to pass the time. And that's why I finally got to see my doctor. I called him a douchebag when he asked if I had anything to drink that day. And the answer was, hell no, I've been sitting in your waiting room, you douchebag.
No.
So I like that they're learning lingo from us. Douchebag doctor kept me waiting an extra 45 minutes. And hey, at least Dr. Scott taught me how to say douchebag. And had my doctor send him my bill for my time sitting when I could have been brewing. Say, doctor, give discounts to seniors. I need implants done with an option opener attachment, douchebag keeping patents waiting while you brew or have a cold one.
Patents?
That's what he wrote.
I filed this patent 6 months ago.
Oh, people get ugly on me if they gotta wait like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I go to the MD and I'm sitting, I get in one waiting room and I wait for 45 and they call my name. Oh, cool. And then I go sit in the other room for another half an hour.
Then they weigh you and put you back out.
Bring a magazine.
Oh, I bring my own damn magazine.
All
You gotta do
teasing aside,
something.
a card-carrying
Rub one
AARP
out.
member. Now I am also a BN Army member, having bought one of the last 6-box dual-signed book set by Jay-Z and JP, and my subscription for American Homebrewers, which means I'm not a douchebag, just an old fart brewer. Anyway, the show, the books have improved my brewing, and beers keep up the great work. And keep in mind, I come from a time when homebrew was made in a wash tub hidden in the barn. I forgot my name in the forums, having made only a couple posts, so I suppose I'll have to get a new one. So now it's Pa Kettle. Don't tell Mom. P.S. This fangled iPod is pretty fun, too.
Pa.
I like the old dudes listening. That's kind of cool. I'm surprised JP hasn't
How
scared
old's
him away.
old? How old is old?
Well, he's a he's an AARP member. That's old. So I don't care what the age is. If you're an AARP member, you're old. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's 55, I think.
Yeah, it's real low.
That's not too old.
Yeah, that's real low. 55.
If I was 55 and I was showing my AARP card, I'd be embarrassed.
You'd feel old, right?
I get up in the morning and I'm 19. I'm sorry.
By the time I go to bed, I'm 50.
No, till I look in the mirror.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I don't know what old is. Old is as soon as you start acting old, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
Why did Doc just look at me when you said that?
I don't know. Here we go. So I got to let something out. I've been an avid fan for a year now. Although the transition from Johnny Boy to JP was brief and unexpected, for a while he provided an adequate substitute. I must protest, however, that recently JP has been dropping the ball, as they say, with his rendition of the famed AC/DC song TNT.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know.
Also, Blobberglop shares my sentiments. Have a good evening, ladies.
Oh, well, Blobberglop says
Brant
it.
from St. Louis. You have been dropping the ball a little
Well,
bit.
I figured it was kind of old.
I got to say one thing. When JP's not having to man the chat room.
When I'm not having a man?
He's not having a man.
He's not having a man
I'm
in
just
the
not
chat room.
myself, yeah.
He's different.
Yeah.
And actually, I saw him once. He came in. He just sat down, and his city lights. It was right on cue. He just sat down. Barely got the headphones on.
Yeah.
So I got to give him props for that
Yeah,
one.
see, there you go. There, Blopper Gloppers.
And when he's not peeing out of his ass, he's different, too.
Oh, God.
You know what? Hey, shooting mud. What the hell?
Oh, it was Niagara Falls. It wasn't mud. At
All
that
right,
point.
that's enough.
The old Colin blow.
I've gotten several of these over the last 2 weeks. Most of them from the same dude, but
Little
some
blisters
from
on
other
the
people.
Oh, sorry.
Justin, what the F and good noon. Is lunch meat finished? Finito? Please let me know if it is, and I'll bury my MP3 player in some rue shit. Without lunch meat, it's fucking useless anyway. So just send me an email and give me the bad news. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Look, all I gotta say is you just don't get it, man. All right? Lunch meat will never, ever, 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 ever occur on a regular basis.
What?
It is so secondary to everything else I have to do, including showering.
It's like
and I just don't
thirdary.
have time. I have so much to do around here. It's just last on the list.
No,
So
it's like waiting
get
for that pitch.
over it already.
Waiting for the pitch, and you get thrown a ball. Oh, it's high, it's outside.
Yeah.
Oh, next week.
Yeah,
Have you
so-
ever listened to an episode of Lunch Meat and you're still asking me where it is?
So just using Doc's analogy, lunch meat is like getting balls.
It's like getting balls.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Get
it's
some
fun.
balls.
Sometimes life just gives you balls.
So stop sending me angry emails and just get over it, all right? Lunch Meat will appear
You know
when
what?
it
If,
appears.
if you just email Bub, he'll let you in on the inside secret.
We do have like 3 shows in the archive that haven't been posted yet.
So what? I don't care. They'll get there when they get there. That's the way it goes. What are you, one of these guys
No,
now?
look, I was just saying that that's
You think
I
I
think
don't
that's
know?
what they're talking about.
I don't care.
Look,
He's trying to help, man.
I don't
and you're
even
not.
know.
But
All right. Let's see. Last thing.
cha.
What is this here? Oh, no, this one's all like nice and stuff. So forget.
Oh, wait, is it about me?
It's not. It's just.
Then skip it.
Yeah, it's just nice in general. I think. Let's see. Yeah, it's a dude who wants to send us beer, so let's get back to him. All right,
no,
that's it.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
You can still send us beer.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just yes.
Yeah. All right.
Si, senor.
Everybody doing all right?
Si. That's Spanish.
Okay, we got a lot to get to.
Was that it
and,
for feedback?
The
That's it?
feedback was brought to you today by Wordomatic.com, the homebrewing gadget website. You can go to Wordomatic.com and all your gadget needs right there.
Oh, nice.
How you spell that?
Wordomatic.com. It's WORTOMATIC. Wordomatic.com. Brought to you your feedback. Thanks
Don't
for that.
spell the dot. Just put the period in.
Thank you.
I learned that just the other day.
Just recently. Lot to get to. When we come back, we're going to cover the Craft Brewers Conference in San Diego and the World Beer Cup, which only happens every 2 years. And
World Cup of Beer?
Yes. World Beer Cup. No, it's the World Beer Cup. I had it right the first
Cup
time.
of Beer Cup.
When we come back, all of that and more. Stick with us.
Listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess. The More Beer deal of the day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network, saving your life.
One beer at a time.
City lights.
Nah, you were close. You're sick, so it's all right.
Sorry.
Your time's a little off. You're forgiven today just because you're a little sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Well, don't get used to it.
No, I want to hug you. Can we just
go home and hug your fucking cat? There's your acceptance right there.
Thank you.
All right, JP and I got to cover a couple of things for you because we spent the last week or so at the Craft Brewers Conference in San Diego.
Yeah, I forgot that list.
Oh.
Oh, well.
We'll cover that later. I got a couple of things to cover for you. It really was an amazing time, and more brewers in one place than ever before. That's what this conference is. It's really just an industry conference, and it's a trade show as well, and people are there to mingle and show off their wares, and there's a lot of seminars and a lot of education. I did attempt to record seminars for you guys, but I got shut down.
Oh.
Yeah, well...
Seminars?
They like to... they want to record their own versions. You know, they have their own CD happening, and...
They do?
Yes. You can.
They just haven't heard of us.
You can buy a CD from the event. They had stopped doing it for a little while. I guess they used to do it, and then they stopped. So last year, I got to record some stuff.
Yeah.
This year, they're back to doing the CD that they can sell.
They probably thought, it's a good idea.
They shut you down.
Well, I did do it all espionage-like, though. I tried, guys. Don't get me wrong. I went in there, and I plugged into one of the mixing boards because the board op was cool. He's like, yeah, man, go for it. He didn't know. He had no idea. He said, sure. Somebody else had come and plugged in, but apparently that was the official people.
Try to get a soundboard tape.
So he just thought I was another recorder, you know. And so he let me plug in, and then a little bit later, I plug in, I leave. I come back at the end of the seminar, and my stuff's all unplugged. And
I can see that. They unplug it.
Yeah. And I asked him, I said, what happened? Did I run out of batteries or something? And he said, nah, I'm sorry, man. They came in and yelled at me and said, you should know better. We have exclusive rights to this. And, so they ripped it right out. So I don't have seminars for you, but I did get some good information about the whole thing. And it's kind of a lot of the current state of the craft beer industry, which, by the way, is healthy as a horse, as you might already well know. And
how about you?
I did get a couple of... No, especially after that week, I am not healthy as a horse. But
Okay.
I'm still... I'm still on the horse. I'll say that.
You mounted?
I haven't stopped. I mean,
That's a good thing.
Sometimes you just got to plow right through.
You have a heroin problem?
No.
Oh.
JP was surprised that he was still thirsty after a week of drinking beer down there.
Yeah, I really was.
You know, until today.
I was a little scared.
Yeah. Because there was really a lot of amazing and free beer, which are two of my favorite things, amazing and free.
Not necessarily in that order.
No.
Yeah, exactly. But it was I went for the first time last year when it was in Austin, and I had a really good time, and it was really impressive to see how the industry comes together and organizes, and they get down to business at this thing. Of course, there's a lot of social events, but they really get down to business, and it's good to see.
What business do they actually get down to? It's the professional brewers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whole gig. They're there for a week.
It's just like NHC, but
it's not like a showcase.
Commercial. Yeah, they have equipment, and it's a whole seminar, or not a seminar, but what do they call it? A trade show.
It's a showcase if you're in the trade show. For I think the brewers, it's just a way to come together, and then they really put on fantastic seminars. A lot of them we wouldn't have been too interested in. A lot of them were how to increase sales at the brew pub, how to market your brew pub. So it's just some very industry specific things, which would be fantastic if you're in the industry, and I think that's why so many people attend. But a lot of it is also networking and then of course showcasing their beers because as part of the Craft Brewers Conference every other year they also have the World Beer Cup, and that was this year. It fell this year, and this is interesting because it's an international competition. It's the World Beer Cup, and they're not messing around with that either. You know how we call like the World Series, right?
Right.
It's not really a World Series.
It's us.
We just call it that.
Yeah.
But this really is the World Beer Cup.
I checked out a lot of the final entries and who's in it, and yeah, it is pretty much world.
There were 2,891 beers entered in this competition, which is an amazing amount of beers. Imagine having to judge. I think it was a 4-day judging process to get through
all at once.
To get through 2,891 beers. 91 different beer categories. They added a couple of categories this year.
They got some funky categories too.
They do. They added
91 with each has a subcategory, at least one or two subcategories.
Yeah. Right. They added a couple of barrel and sour barrel type of categories.
Which, they should, because there's some awesome beers that just don't fit somewhere.
Yeah.
And they need a home.
Yeah.
And they should be judged with the same kind of beers.
And people are really developing new styles that way. Just like when the double IPA was invented not too long ago. They had to make a category for that too.
Well, otherwise people wouldn't be inventing new things.
Yeah.
They don't want to go into that experimental category.
Yeah, which you just lump everything in one.
One category, experimental.
Yeah.
The other guys.
644 breweries from 58 countries. And that was really cool. And then the most impressive thing to me is that among the judging panel, and this part's important to me because I think that with judging beers, it can get easily biased pretty quickly if you're not careful about how things are done. 70% of the judges were international judges. They were from other countries.
I was actually wondering about that one because a lot of the winners were American. They're U.S.
There were a lot, yeah.
But if all the judges were American,
you'd question that.
I'd question that. But if you say that they were well represented from all the other countries all over the place,
yeah,
awesome.
And they were 129 judges, and they say roughly 70% of them were from outside the U.S. So I like to see that. It's a pretty good representation, and a lot of different palates that are used to a lot of different beers. So I think it was judged pretty fairly. There were 1,500 attendees at the awards banquet dinner. So just a massive, massive dinner that they did there, which I didn't go to. I went.
I was going to say, how are you feeling?
Nah, I didn't go. I like to hear about the awards after the fact. I don't want to sit through all that. If I was with a brewery, if I worked for a brewery, sure, you want to get excited for your team and see what happens, but I don't want to sit through all that.
I went. Yeah. And I thought it was great, because we know a lot of people in the industry. Sully had 5 beers in there, and a couple other people were we were hanging out with Sully's partner brewing, like he likes to call the people who are doing his watermelon wheat and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Hanging out with him, and it was fast. It was like an hour and a half or something. I mean,
that's not bad.
They were just cranking through, and it was interesting to see, who won all the, the weird, funky categories, and which, what medal Old Milwaukee Light took, and all this kind of weird crap. I thought it was great. It really
what PBR do?
Nothing.
Okay.
But Pabst Brewing did a few things.
Yeah, Pabst Brewing did get some awards.
Tell you what, it got me pumped for the Nationals.
Good.
Yeah.
Just seeing people winning awards, you mean?
Just the whole award thing, yeah. Just the award dinner. It was like, yeah, all right. This is going to be happening to me soon. And then
you could be walking up there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. To demand a recount.
All right, a couple of recognition awards are also given out the World Beer Cup. Of course, you can go to beertown.org and look up, just click the World Beer Cup logo, and you'll be able to see all the breweries that won from all over the world. But there were also some recognition awards given, and I wanted to mention them because 2 of the 3 that were given to local people for us here in the Bay Area. First of all, the recognition award went to Dr. Michael Lewis, who was the professor.
I saw that. That's awesome.
Yeah, he was. He's now retired, although he still works with the program. He was the professor of brewing science at the University of California, Davis, for over 30 years. Many of Dr. Lewis's students are in every brewery in the country. You name it.
I've heard nothing but good things about him.
Well, I got a good story for you about him. Let me read you his award here, and then I'll tell you a little something that was pretty amazing to me. But Dick Cantwell, the head brewer at Elysian Brewing Company and Brewers Association Board of Directors member, said that as one of the seminal educators of craft brewers, Dr. Lewis has taken our movement from improvisation to awareness of what it is that we do. It's high time his patience, wit, and knowledge is celebrated by those who owe him so much. So I think that's right. He's been doing this since 1962, I think is when he came to Davis, and they're giving him the recognition award, which I think is just awesome. The other one, the Russell Shearer Award for Innovation in Brewing, went to Vinny Cilurzo at Russian River, of course. And if anybody's innovating brewing, it's definitely Vinny. And he's been doing it for years now. And he received this year's award for demonstrating creativity, excellence in brewing, and substantial contributions to the craft brewing community, which I think is the other part of what Vinny does. It's not just that he's making amazing beers and doing different things with them, but he sits on the board. He's at several home brewing events and craft brewing events, a lot of lectures he gives. He's involved in everything.
He's everywhere.
So, I'm proud to know Vinny, proud to have had him on the program, and happy that he got the Russell Shearer Award for Innovation.
You want to hear something interesting, though?
Yeah.
Since he's on the board, he doesn't qualify to actually win the award.
Is he still on the board, or was he only on the board last year?
No, he's still on the board.
Oh.
And so the thing is that actually, even though he wasn't technically on the ballot, everybody still voted for him. And
is that right?
The people who vote for it are actually the past winners.
I see.
So that really does say something.
So it was like the pencil-in nominee, like if you go vote for president, you can... Really? And he still won as the pencil-in nominee. That's pretty great.
Yeah. So they actually
awesome.
changed the whole thing because, since he sits on the board, he shouldn't be, winning the award, but yet they...
Well, it makes sense, I guess, in terms of voting, but come on, if one guy votes for himself, big deal. That's not going to do anything, is it? Wow, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting.
Well, good for Vinny. He deserves it.
He does.
How about if we try to get Dr. Lewis in here?
Well, here's my story for you, Dr. Scott.
Chad?
I had this...
Exactly.
I had an amazing week, I have to say.
Amazing?
It was amazing. Down at the Craft Brewers Conference and kind of meeting the people I got to meet, seeing the things I got to see. I got to go to the new Stone Brewery, and they gave us all carte blanche to just wander around and do whatever. And just really kind of seeing all that, it kind of blew me away, and it was very impressive, very humbling. Well, to cap it all off, I was doing some work with one of our great sponsors, White Labs, doing some recording for them, and I was doing it up at UC Davis here at the end of the week. And Chris White was giving a lecture for Dr. Lewis, and I ended up getting to sit down and have dinner with Dr. Lewis and Chris White and Mike White, and we're all sitting there, and Dr. Lewis is telling me these amazing stories about 30 years in this business and the people that he's taught, and he's telling me where his alumni are and the different... I mean, they're everywhere. They're in Anheuser-Busch, they're in Miller, they're in Sam Adams, they're in Pyramid, they're in everything,
Oh, yeah.
And he's telling me these stories. He's telling me how he come out here in the 60s to New York, and he moves here in 1962, and I'm in awe. I'm hanging off of every word of this man. I mean, he's a legend in this industry.
He so much is.
And I'm sitting there, and not for 1 second am I taking my life for granted at this moment. I am sitting there going,
You're hoping you don't have a heart attack at any second and lose all the rest of that.
Well, in the brewing world, in terms of the very short time I've had in the brewing industry, I live a charmed life. I mean, I'm sitting next to Dr. Lewis thinking I'm living a charmed life. I'm sitting next to a guy that any one of our listeners would love to be sitting here at this moment and listening to what this guy has to say. And it blew me away. I left that dinner just kind of speechless. I thanked Chris White for bringing me along to do some recording, and it was really amazing. I wanted to tell that story because I was really humbled, and it was very impressive. And he's an amazing dude, and he's going to come on the show. He's in. He's not even going to call. He's coming down here. He's going to do the program.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so I've got all his information. We don't have a date yet, but he's coming down. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be one of the best shows we've ever done, if not the best.
But you'll have Dr. Lewis sitting right there?
Yeah. He's
and
just
Dr. Scott sitting right here?
Two doctors. Right?
Awesome.
Well, the thing is... Obviously, he could teach us any number of things about brewing, right? But even before we get to that, it's going to be a great show. Just the stories that this guy has.
Paxton's talking about a 7-hour show. That could be a 7-hour show.
If he can make it. Now, keep in mind, he's retired. He's up in years, but he's a healthy dude, and he's out there drinking and having a good time. And
physical or mental?
Both.
Retired. Borat, anyone know? Okay, great.
All right. Good work, though.
Good night. I'm going back to bed.
So the show is going to be great even before we get to his brewing knowledge. Now, Peter, you went through the program, didn't you?
No, I went to the American Brewers Guild.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. I thought you went through... Because he knows you, Dr. Lewis. I did mention him to you. We were talking about that. I told him you're going to be on the show.
Come on, he's Peter. Everybody knows Peter.
He knows my folks, actually.
Oh, okay.
I do... my degree is actually in economics and math, and I did some research for a textbook company that is based out of UC Davis, and they all know each other, so I run into him periodically.
Okay.
Outside of, at brewing events.
Right.
So.
But he's just a great dude.
He comes over to your house for dinner. Yeah.
I told him that listeners have been asking me to get him on the show for 2 years, and he was excited about that. He was very flattered. He said that's very flattering.
Hell, I'm flattered.
Yeah. So he's going to do it.
Oh, my God.
He's going to do it. He's going to come on the program. So, very cool end to the week for me, getting to have dinner with Dr. Lewis.
I'm glad I sent you down there.
Yeah, it was great. Apparently, Doc's like the master around here now.
And I am.
All right. How about we do a little contest in terms of the craft beer world to wrap up our CBC segment? Peter brought some things to give away from Sacramento Brewing Company.
Beer Jeopardy?
And no, what I got here is, JP, you can't participate because we did this yesterday on the CBS show. And if anyone was tuned into CBS, you can't participate.
You know, I was thinking about this. I forgot it.
You forgot the number already.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to give more hints, I think, this time because the number is insane. Okay. What I have in front of me is the U.S. total craft industry retail dollar sales.
You want to get someone on the phone?
For 2007. And I'll take a caller. Yeah, let's do all callers.
Okay.
888-401-BEER. Guess the number, the U.S. total craft industry dollar sales for retail in 2007. And I'll tell you this right now, the number's obscene. It is a lot more. It is significantly more than you would think it is.
So Google and call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't Google. Just give us a good guess.
Come on.
And we got some cool stuff to give away that Chad will send out to you, courtesy of Sacramento Brewing Company and Peter Hoey.
Is that true, Chad?
888-401-BEER, the U.S. total craft industry sales. While we're waiting on phone calls for that. So, in the past, and for years now, the number one selling beer in craft beer has always been pale ales.
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of been the American thing in craft beer for a long time now. Well, for the first time in 2007, pale ales got beat by something. By a segment of the beer. Now, it's not a... well, I don't want to give too much away. They
Not
got
a big
beat
jump?
by something. Paxton, what do you think it was that beat out pale ales?
It's a good question. I would think, especially with the hop crisis, that an IPA probably wouldn't be it, but...
Okay.
I'm probably going to say an IPA.
Tasty, you were waving your hand. What do you think?
Blue Moon.
It's like a style.
Style.
Oh, style.
Although it's not
All
a
right.
specific style. I guess
Well,
I'll
then
give you
I say
that.
Belgian.
Yeah. Okay, you say Belgians. Peter, do you know this? You're a smart guy about this stuff.
I read it and I forgot it. I want to say it was wheat beers.
Doc, what do you think?
Amber.
Seasonals.
Oh, that's
They
right.
put seasonals into their own segment.
That's a category?
And
Yeah,
it
I
is-
would never think that that's a category.
They had to put it as a category, I guess,
Autumn.
because of the way they
Spring
sold.
beers.
People putting out their seasonal beers outsold pale ales this year, which I think is great because it shows that the craft beer drinkers are really getting more experimental. They want to try new
Want to
stuff.
try something new.
Educated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So pale ale was number 2, seasonal was number 1. The year before, it was the opposite, so it reversed. Number 3, ambers. Number 4, amber lager, which I think is interesting. I have not had a lot of amber lagers, but it's a high selling.
The Oktoberfest kind of.
But this is the
beers.
world, though, right?
Samuel
It's not just the
Samuel
US.
Adams
Yeah, I guess
Boston
probably
Lager.
Boston Lager.
Boston Lager.
There you go. True, that has a big impact, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
They want to stretch out a little bit and get a dark beer.
Number 5 was wheat. Number 6, IPA. Number 7, variety packs. Which, again, I think Sam Adams has a lot to do with.
That's a style?
Being in there. Yeah.
I'll tell you, just locally in Sacramento, we sell a ton of variety packs.
Really?
I mean, 2-3 pallets a day, and then summer will kick in. Or, excuse me, 2-3 pallets a week, and then summer will kick in, and it'll just go through the roof. People love the party packs.
Yeah.
Selling a lot. Number 8, Bach. Number
Party in a
9.
pack.
Number 9 was light. Light beer.
Light something.
The style of light. It just has light.
Light.
So
So
everything
it still
light.
made the top 10. Bummer.
In craft, though, this is the craft beer. So whatever the craft beer light was, and number 10 was fruit.
What is craft beer light?
Fruit beers. I guess there's Sam Adams light. There's GB light.
Chew light.
There's Shoe Light. All right, let's take our first caller to guess the retail dollar sales. Who are we talking to?
Richards.
Richards. You got a guess for us?
What was the question again?
All right, I hung up on Richards. 888-401-BEER. If you want to call in to win a little prize, we got some gear from Sacramento Brewing Company, courtesy of Peter Hoey and Sac Brew. You are guessing what is the U.S. total craft industry retail dollar sales in 2007. And I'll tell you that the number's pretty intense. I'll just pick it up, JP. It's all right. Caller, who are we talking to?
Brew Tattoo.
All right, you got a guess for us, brother?
I'm going to guess $5.9 billion.
Somebody's on Google. Yeah, I'll give it to you. What the hell? $5.7 billion in the...
That's close.
He was $0.2 billion off.
Well, everyone else was Googling the same thing, so it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? Does that not surprise anybody? $5.7 billion in craft beer retail sales? That's a huge number.
And,
think about the other number.
That's still a small number compared to the big number of beer in general.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, Justin. I spend like thousands of dollars a year on craft beer. Come on, think about it. I bet you do too.
I used to. Now it gets brought to me by guys like Peter Hoey. So I don't have to spend money anymore. All right, Brew Tattoo, send an email to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll get you your gear from Sacramento Brew Company.
You might get something.
You got it.
Thanks, brother.
Back home.
All right, here's just a couple more interesting numbers, and we'll move on. But I like these numbers, too, because they show how much craft beer is doing for the country. So this is the economic impact in the U.S. $36 billion in taxes paid by the craft beer industry. That's a lot of money. 1.7 million jobs in the beer industry. So those of you thinking of going into the industry, there you go. That's we're employing a lot of people. $54 billion in wages, so we're paying some rent, and $189 billion economic impact overall, if you count all that stuff together. So the craft beer industry and movement is no tiny thing anymore, is it?
So think about that when people are going to try to tax us.
Yeah, exactly.
On just the beer.
Gonna bring that up.
Yeah,
that's right. And that's still happening, by the way.
It is. So
some students did a nice protest there on Friday, right out front of Assemblyman Jim Bell's office in San Jose. So people still protesting that, and you should too.
What was that number?
I don't have the number in front of me. Just look up your Jim Bell Assemblyman. It's not too difficult to do.
It's on the web or on the forum.
Google. And it is. That's right. It's still posted in our forum. So even though those numbers are so impressive to me, Anheuser-Busch still owns 48.2% of the entire beer market in the U.S.
Augie's doing good.
The only good news is that's down a few percent, isn't it? Only a couple of years ago, they were at 52% of the beer market. So they're losing a little bit of market share. And you can be sure they're a little concerned about that.
Oh, I'll bet.
They're sweating.
Miller's a little over 18%. Coors is a little over 11%. And then it kind of goes down from there. So AB's still the big guy. But even still, I don't want to rain on the craft beer parade. Augie will never do this program. There's not a lot of things I can guarantee you. That's probably one of them. That he will.
You know what?
But what happens if you were to ask?
All you got to do is ask.
Yes.
We've asked, but it was like in the beginning. It was a long time ago that we asked. And we got kind of far. Plissé got us pretty far. And then all of a sudden, it just stopped. Like, it turned cold quick. They kept passing us along to the next person, which was all progress. Oh, this sounds good. We'll get you to the next level. And we got to a certain level, and then it just shut down. It was like they
probably went on.
BN who? Oh, yeah.
Let me listen.
No.
Oh. All right.
So, all right. There's your craft brew industry wrap-up and the conference. You can go to beertown.org and check out all the award winners. Did you guys enter some beer from Sac Brew there, Peter?
We did.
You did? How many did you send down there?
We sent 4 beers down.
Okay.
It was the first time Sacramento Brewing ever entered the World Beer Cup.
Really?
Especially for being around for so many years. It's our 13th year now that the breweries have been open.
Okay.
And the owners never had an interest in entering. The previous owners never had an interest in entering these big competitions.
Okay.
And we did, and we actually took home a bronze in the American Amber Red category.
Nice.
For Red Horse Ale.
Now, here's what you got to think about when you think of these awards. You're literally, one of the best in the world. Your bronze is the 3rd best in the world because it's the World Cup. All of these different countries entering this thing. That's a big deal.
We're certainly the best of those who entered, or 3rd best.
Well, there you go. Well, there's obviously a lot of entries in every category, just given the amount of beers I told you are in
that was a fat category, too. There are 53 entries in there.
Good work.
So I was real happy that was
But you could have been 4th.
Yeah.
Could have happened. And then we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Well, and that's the other thing I love about these bigger ones, like GABF does it and World Beer Cup does it. I'll get tasting notes back, and we'll actually find out if the other beers went to the medal round. We'll find out what the judges had to say about them. And, it's just like getting your BJCP sheets back. You can look at it and, take it for what it's worth. And sometimes it's obvious when one judge said something, it kind of trickled onto the other pages. And other times it's some really constructive criticism or critiques of your beer.
Yeah, same as, like you said, as we get from our homebrew sheets. They're actually, I'm going to try to put it together for you. I don't know how the audio came out, but they gave us in the media kind of a mock judging panel. And they talked to us about how that went, and they went through the whole process with it. And one of the things Ray Daniels, who is one of the guys in charge down there, was saying, it was talking about the notes that you brewers get back, and talking about how important they are, and saying that one of the things that will keep you from getting invited back as a judge is poor tasting notes. Mm-hmm. If you're making inappropriate comments, or if you're not making,
or no comments.
Yeah, if you're not making comments, they'll actually not invite you to judge any of their events anymore. So they take it pretty seriously, the feedback they get too.
Well, they're real good too, especially in the big categories. They'll go it'll go through, like 3 scrutinies, and you'll have 3 sets of notes from sometimes 6 judges at a panel.
Wow.
So you get lots of feedback, and some of the brewers I know kind of are like, they don't know what they're talking about, especially if they didn't win. But
well, and maybe that happens. Maybe there are some that don't know.
Yeah.
But you got to figure overall, you're getting some pretty accurate feedback.
Yeah. So we take it really seriously, and we'll take that stuff in, and we'll look at it, and we'll look at our process and our ingredients, and kind of say, well, are we tasting these things? And if we are, okay, they didn't like that, so maybe we should try a different hop, or we're always trying to make the beer better. So.
It's a good event, and they're doing a lot of good things. So I'll try to put that audio together for you. Like I said, I don't know how it came out. I had to just put a mic in the room, and that never works out too well. So I'll see what I can do. All right, one last thing we got to cover before the break. No, you know what? Let me take a break. We'll cover it when I get back. Chet, don't let me forget. I got to do this when we come back. Homebrew competition information for you that you're going to need to know about. So a quick break. We're going to come back with that, and Peter Hoey talking about single hop beers from Sacramento Brewing Company. So stick with us. 888-401-BEER, that's the number, or join JP in the chat to ask questions. We'll see you in a second. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess.
The More Beer deal of the day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com.
Valley Brewing Company is Stockton's premier microbrewery and family restaurant in the heart of Stockton, California, just off the Miracle Mile. Brewmaster Steve Altamari crafts a full array of award-winning ales and specialty beers, from their Hitman Gold American Pale Ale to their Black Cat Stout, or any one of their monthly specialty brews, like Valley's Uber Hoppy Imperial IPA. And the best part is, you can now purchase kegs of Valley Brew to take with you from their all-new 30-barrel brewery, now open in Stockton. So pick up a keg and get a taste of one of California's oldest brewing traditions. To find out more about Valley Brewing's historic past, their selection of beers, or family-friendly restaurant, visit them online at valleybrew.com. Or stop by and sample the beer at 157 West Adams Street in Stockton, California, where pitchers are just $5 all day on Sundays.
and then we're going to do it all again. So get the aliens really do. They stop a chicken and people be down. Flash the ash, the lock, stock, scratch. How fast 10 barrels round. Beer, beer, we want more beer. Beer, beer, we want more beer. Beer, beer, we want more beer. All the lads are cheering, go and get the beers in. Beer, beer, we want more beer. All the lads are cheering, go and get the beers in. Now!
Attention homebrew shop owners at Fermentap. They know you're tired of buying the same old gear that everyone else has. That's why Fermentap offers the newest and most cutting-edge brewing equipment known to man. Since 1998, Fermentap has been leading the fight against the boring and mundane by offering strange, unique, and just plain smart equipment. Like their stainless domed false bottoms. Never deal with the floating plastic hassle of other false bottoms again. And since they're made from stainless steel, they'll last a lifetime. Fermentap's line of copper wort chillers are the best on the market, designed to cool your wort faster and more efficiently than other immersion chillers. They actually invented the equipment to make these chillers not only work great, but look great too. How about a fantastic line of ingredients, including vanilla beans, sorghum extract, blue agave extract, hop bitterness extract, unique wine yeasts, green coffee beans, sake kits, all stuff you can't find anywhere else. Fermentap carries all the standard products and equipment you need as well, such as all-grain systems, stainless hardware, kettles, carbonation stones, you name it, they've got it. Fermentap's entire line of products has been helping retail shops meet the demands of their customers for nearly 10 years, and they want to help you too. For more information, see them on the web at fermentap.com or call Jason at 1-800-942-2750. Fermentap, better beer through innovation.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
welcome back to the program, everybody. A lot to get to today. It's going to be one of those shows. We're here with Peter Hoey from Sacramento Brewing Company, and you can check them out at sacbrew.com, or just go to our homepage and click on the link right there. It's available. Oh, Doc must need a beer.
I do.
Doc's got a new bell on his glass.
It's funny. My wife gets me this stuff.
Yeah.
She hates the whole brewing, beer drinking, blah, blah, blah.
But she gets you that
She gives me this cool thing. Doc needs a beer.
Yeah, and now we know.
Beer here. I thought you were just ringing the bell for the plug.
Beer right there.
You got to drink that, dude.
Yeah. Actually, I would like you to ring every time I give a plug so that we can go back and calculate how many plugs were given so that when we contact the new owners of Sacramento Brewing Company, we can add up our bells. How about that? All right, we're going to talk single hop beers here with Peter in just a second. But the first thing I got to cover is, for the third year in a row, the Brewing Network is involved in a homebrew competition. We're proud to be involved in this, and I want to talk to you about it here just for a second. It's the 21st Annual Southern California Regional Homebrew Championship. It's held on June 22nd, and if you've been a listener for a while, you know that we do this every year. And we really like this particular event because it's very well organized. You get some fantastic feedback out of it because of how well organized it is, and because the people who put it on are huge fans of the BN, and we like that too, and they really love other listeners of the BN and want to see you guys enter this competition, and they want to see you enter under the Brewing Network. Now, if you remember, back at year one, this is where Daniela won her silver medal with, like, the first beer she ever brewed or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you tune in back then, or if you've been a listener for that long, then you know that. You know that I got a certificate, because everybody, I think, gets a certificate, which is kind of retarded.
Is that like the trophy you get when you're playing, like, under 12 soccer?
I still have it on the wall, though, my stupid certificate.
Everyone did great.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner.
You're a wiener.
Teamwork.
I'm still pretty bitter about my stupid certificate. But everybody gets a certificate. Nobody loses.
But there are medals given out, of course. And what's good about this is if you didn't enter into the national competition, for whatever reason you did that, or if you don't advance from the first round, this is kind of right around the same time frame, and you can enter some of those same beers or other beers you may have brewed and still get some great feedback out of what you've done. Some of you, I think, are intimidated by the National Homebrew Competition because you're new brewers like me, and you don't enter that.
No. Well, and every year it seems like a number of entries goes up and up and up, and
Sure.
it seems impossible to win. But it's not.
And you might feel that way, so you go, why enter if I'm not going to do something? But this is kind of, and by the way, you shouldn't feel that way about the national competition either. But this is a good secondary for you to enter. And a lot of you have entered in the past. I'd like to see you do it again. Maybe even some of those beers that are going to do well in the first round, enter them in this one too. And let's see what we can do here. So you can go to hopheads.com/competition. It's hopheads.com/competition, and you can get all the information that you need. And Doc is going to enter this year. I don't think we had Doc enter last year, but he's going to do it this year.
Yeah.
And are you going to do it with one of the beers that we brewed together?
I think I've got enough of our Doppelbock to work it in.
Let's do it.
It's an awesome Doppelbock.
It is.
Are you all right, Doc?
I think he's sneezing for some reason. I think Peter's giving me too many organic things.
Doesn't like the organic stuff. JP, are you going to enter this year?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah, sure. I have enough. Plissé came over the other day and helped me bottled for me to enter the Nationals, and I have enough of those bottles to send some more out. Yeah, sure. I'll probably have 4 beers in.
All right. And then I already spoke to Shat. Shat's going to enter also on behalf of the BN. So
Nice.
Shat's, he did pretty well in his first one. He could take it. He could take another gold in this one.
And he could.
Couldn't he, Tasty?
Oh, he could. I better not enter just so I won't finish behind him.
Twice in a row. You'll be
I'd be
dead.
safe, wouldn't I, if I didn't enter?
You know what? Imagine sitting at that awards banquet in Cincinnati, Tasty.
Oh.
If the same thing happens,
That'd be big.
you're going to cry.
You're hungover, and you.
Well, I'm always hungover at the national conference.
Oh, me and you were like hurting.
Oh, yeah.
We were hurting puppies.
Right.
So, Shat, you're going to enter this thing too, right?
Why would you
You're
hurt?
gonna do it for us.
Why would
Okay.
you hurt puppies, Doc? That's weird.
We were hurting puppies.
Yeah, why would
we
you do
were
that?
puppies that were hurting?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I didn't get it before.
All right, so once again, you can go to hopheads.com/competition, or just go to hopheads.com. You can click around, whatever you got to do. And you can download the form there, and they've told me that they're actually being really cool about it. If you want to get points for your own club as you enter, that's fine too. You can put down your regular club, and then just put the BN down as a secondary thing.
Or
They
Doze.
just want to know where you came from, too. So if you guys want to enter under Doze, they're totally cool with that. Just put the BN so that they know you came from over here, and
Cool.
that's how you found out
That's how
about
we'll
the
do it.
competition. So you don't even have
Don't
to
leave
take-
it blank by
Yeah,
any means.
Don't leave it blank. If you don't have a club, just put down the Brewing Network. If you do, go ahead, put down your own club, and then just put the BN next to it, and then they'll know where it came from, and you'll get to give the points to your own club. So here is the information you need to know. Hopheads.com, and the entry due date is June 14th. So you got some time. All right.
We get to the anniversary party.
It's the day of the anniversary party is when they're due. So before you leave for whatever other event you're going to, go ahead and send your entries down to there. And there's a couple of drop-off points, too. I know if you're in Southern California, you can go to the Beer, and More Beer in Riverside, and you can drop them off there. You can go to the Beer, Wine, and Cheese-Making Shop in Woodland Hills, or you can go to the Culver City Homebrew Supply Shop. If you're in the Northern California like we are, you can go to Beer, and More Beer right here in Concord and drop it off there. That's also a drop-off point. Or just send it into them, and you can find all that shipping info on hopheads.com. All right, so that's your comp info. I'll be reminding you about this because I want you guys to enter. And I actually told them if I get a chance to brew a beer between now and June 14th, not likely to happen. But if I do,
it could.
I'll enter it.
It could.
It could happen. It could very well happen. And if I do, I'll enter that beer too. So then we'll all be in on it.
I noticed there's
And I'll
like
get another certificate.
at least 4 carboys out there that are empty.
Yeah, Shat just emptied all his carboys today and kegged up a bunch of good stuff. So what'd you keg today?
Helles and a Dortmunder.
Isn't it Schumann's Helles?
Yeah, sure, if you want to call it that. He helped me, yes.
What did Schumann name his Helles?
I have no idea.
named
the Harry Hamburger Helles.
Schumann's Harry Hamburger Helles. If you've never, okay, listen. If you come to the anniversary party this year and you've never been before, you'll learn what a Harry Hamburger is. I promise you that. All right, I'll make that commitment to you right now.
Tell Schumann you want a hamburger
in a dark alley,
and you want to know what time it is.
Yeah, you want to know what time it is.
Spotlight this time.
Go right up to Schumann and say, "Hey, Shu,
where's that?
You know what time it is?" I don't care where you are. Just ask him.
And then you go, hey, do you know any place I can get a really good hamburger?
And he'll show you both.
Yeah. Here you win.
He'll give you answers to both of those. Yeah. All right.
Is it too late to get a big Harry hamburger?
Where is he? He's out. I think he's got company right now. He's not even in here.
He's got guests out there.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, let's move on because we got a lot to get to. Peter Hoey from Sacramento Brewing Company with us, formerly the artist known as the brewer at Bison Brewery.
Correct.
I already have a question about that. People want to know why you left Bison for Sac.
I actually, as I told you earlier, I had my degree in economics, and I got offered, or I was living in Sacramento and commuting to Berkeley to brew. And if our hours weren't long enough already, just tag on an extra 3 to 6 hours, depending on traffic.
Yeah, if you're not from here, that's a long. Just so you know, it's not just a distance.
It's a reverse commute.
Distance-wise, it's an hour and a half, but then you add the traffic, and it suck is what it is.
Yeah,
doesn't take a degree in economics to know that.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a slow learner, though.
Yeah, right.
But didn't you brew with Sacramento before Bison as well?
I did. I got my first job. I was the assistant brewer out at the Oasis location when I was 19 years old.
Oh, okay. 19, look at you.
Yeah.
Even before you could taste it.
Yeah. I didn't have a drop until I turned 21.
How did you get that gig at that age?
I was just a mad home brewer. I got the bug early, and I lived in a house with a bunch of guys, and we would go through 5 to 10, 15 gallons of beer a week. So I was brewing 2, 3, 4 times a week, and I was just brewing like crazy, and I went into the homebrew store. That I was shopping at, and the owner just said, "Hey, these guys are looking for an assistant brewer. You should go apply."
Okay,
and I did, and I worked there for about a year and a half. Then I went to the American Brewers Guild, and been doing it pretty much my whole adult life. Yeah.
See, this is another one of those guys. I know I say this every time we get these smart guys in here, but a guy who's a mathematics and engineering major, and I know you've done some work with environmental engineering and things like that too. You've had other gigs.
That's Dan, the owner of Bison, was an environmental engineer.
Oh, I thought you were telling me that you also were doing some things up in Sacramento there.
I was, but it was economic research.
Okay.
And the firm I was working for, to finish the story I started, the firm I was working for, they offered me a full-time job. And I went and I did that for about 2 months, and it was the first desk job I've ever had.
Okay.
And I just, at one point, I just caught myself calling my wife every day, like at 4 o'clock, like 1 more hour to go until I get to go home. I've never once done that in a brewery. And about that time, Sacramento Brewing Company was looking for a new brewmaster, and they called me in, and I was doing some consulting for them. They needed some help, so I was doing some brews at the brew pub for them, and they sat down. They said, "We really need someone to run the business. We really need someone to take over the brewing side, and you know the people here, you know the system. You're a good brewer. You're a good fit." And I looked at the desk and I looked at the brew house, and I said, "I gotta go for the brew house."
Done deal. Okay.
So, yeah.
So you're like director of brewing operations at Sac Brew, not just just a brewer.
Yeah. No, I oversee everything at both breweries.
Okay.
So
great. All right, so that's what you're doing now, and you were at Bison, so that answers that question for everybody. You've moved from organic brewing at Bison to inorganic brewing, whatever you call regular brewing at Sac. Does that make a difference to you?
It does, in the sense that when I was with Bison, I couldn't really use a lot of the boutique malts that I like to use.
Oh, yeah.
For most of our pub specials, I'll bring in Weyermann Pilsner malt for our lagers, or a Maris Otter for our English beers, and I couldn't do that at Bison because you can't get those malts organic. So we did get some very nice organic malt from Gambrinus and could make some killer beers, but you want to brew that ordinary bitter, you got to have your I think you have to have the Maris Otter malt to make it taste right.
I remember you saying that when you were in here, that the only drawback you felt was limited ingredients.
Yeah. So I really like that. I kind of went nuts when I first got back. Like every beer had some kind of like special bag malt. Like we didn't draw from the silo for like a month.
Very nice.
And
there's no base malt in this beer. What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, did I forget that? Oops.
So
we don't need that.
But I'm back in an even keel now. But it's I really like that. I mean, I love my hoppy beers, but they've got to have something behind it, and you need a good substantial malt backbone to support all of that. And if you use crap malt, you're going to end up with crap. And not that organic it just doesn't give you the variety that these other malts do.
Okay. But you guys were doing pretty well at Bison, too. I mean, you were no stranger to awards with your Bison brews.
No, I won my first GABF medal was with Bison.
Okay.
And so we were it was doing fine. Dan's still doing well. I mean, he's pumping it out, and he still makes he calls me when he makes the farmhouse ale every year. And remind me how we did this?
Yeah.
Okay.
How did that go? All right.
So, yeah.
Okay. And then you said you guys are under new ownership, so you've gotten to kind of break loose with the beers you get to brew also along with that.
Yeah, it's a fresh look at everything. I mean, really the lineup at Sacramento Brewing had been eight year-round beers and one seasonal a month for as long as I can remember brewing there. And with the new when I was first asked to come back, that kind of shook it up and said we need to have some fresher new takes on stuff. We have the tank space to do 2 seasonals in addition to our 8 regular beers. Mm-hmm. And so we started doing that, and then the new owners came in, and it was just not just with the beers, with everything. It's kind of like just a fresh set of eyes. Like, well, how can we brew a golden ale and not a pilsner? Well, just because we always have. So now we make a pilsner.
Great.
So I mean, it's little things, little tweaks and changes like that have really kind of let us shake up our beer lineup. And a lot of our patrons have said that they're glad for it. They're getting to try a lot of new styles and a lot of different beers. So
good. See, I like that too. You go in, especially when you go into a place that you're used to seeing what their lineup is, and all of a sudden they've got 5 new beers.
I always hate it when you got a new management going on. A lot of times they make it simpler.
If they go the opposite,
They go the opposite way. It's like, they dumbed it down.
Yeah.
And instead of going, let's open it up and give me more.
Yeah.
And that's what I love to see that.
Yeah, the Irwins, or the family that purchased the business, they're really enthusiastic. They love beer and they love what we're doing, and they really encourage creativity and encourage us to go out and just make the best beer that we possibly can. And
Good.
And they're doing it in the kitchen too. I mean, they're really kind of just lighting a fire under everybody and saying, we need to be, we're here and we need to just dial it up and we need to really take it to the next level.
Good. What's the point otherwise, right? Why get into the business if you're not just going to go nuts for it? Go do something else.
And that's no slight against the previous owners. I mean, they kept 2 restaurants and 2 breweries and 1 packaging brewery open for 13 years. That's no small feat.
Impressive.
So they had their formula, and it worked really well for them. And it's fun for me because I like the seasonals, and I like to change it up, and I like to have different stuff and variety. So
yeah.
It's just, I think it's good.
Okay.
Either way.
All right, we're going to talk about the new barrel program that you've been able to do since the new ownership, too. We're going to do that a little bit later. And 888-401-BEER is our phone number if you have questions, or join JP in the chat while he's still here. How you doing, JP?
He's angry.
Yeah.
I'm not angry.
You're angry.
I'm good. I'm,
You feeling okay?
A little gurgling, but I think I'm all right. I think I'll be able to make it.
If you shit yourself, will you tell us?
Oh yeah. You'll see me. You'll see me. I will get up and I'll probably hurtle over all of these guys, right over Paxton's big head.
Okay.
Right through that door.
Good.
Yeah. So you might want to put a raincoat on.
Just
Paxton.
watch the boot.
Careful, don't break the boot.
I won't.
All right. That's all I'm worried about. Okay. All right, let's start talking about single hop beers, and then let me do the whole dumb question thing, because I'd hate to not surprise you.
Don't be dumb.
When we say single hop beer, are we talking about you're only going to hop this beer one time, or is there just one variety of hops in this beer?
We're talking about one variety of hops.
Okay.
And really, this grew out of more. I'm always really curious, and I'm always trying to do things that help me grow as a brewer. And whether it results in, I'll be honest, sometimes it doesn't turn out. And it really sucks. I mean, you guys can, picture your home brew and you're brewing 5-10 gallons and it doesn't turn out. No, there's 5-10 gallons. I'm brewing 400 gallons at a time, and you're like, hope somebody likes it in the pub.
You don't want it to suck at 400 gallons.
Yeah. So nothing's been a real stinker, but you go through and you try these hops, and with the single hop program, I wanted to know what kind of bitterness these different varieties provide, because different hops you can have the same IBUs, but it can be perceived differently.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what kind of flavors they had. So we picked, at Bison, to do it with our IPA. And what we did that was a little different than other breweries I've known who've done a similar program is we've kept the weights the same for the finish, for the flavor, and the dry hop additions, and then just adjusted the first edition or bittering edition to keep the IBUs the same.
Okay.
A lot of breweries have just completely adjusted the weights across the board to keep the same IBUs. But I'd like to know, obviously, if you brew, you know that 2 ounces of East Kent Goldings for your finish tastes totally different, is not as pungent as 2 ounces of Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
They just have, there's different oil contents in these hops. So doing this experiment allowed me to find out about what the bitterness profile, I suppose, was like, how potent the hops were, and also what they tasted like.
Okay.
Because, like I said, same grain bill for every recipe. So you go through and you can taste these different hops and see how they'll play together.
Yeah.
Which, for our IPA we brew now, we're blending, I think, 6 different varieties. And it's just because that's the flavor profile that we want to have.
I think that's a ballsy beer to start your experiments with. You could have easily done your like a lighthearted pale ale, but you said no. Let's do this with our IPA.
Yeah, and people have been really receptive to it. And you go on the various rating websites, and they're not burning up the charts, but the people who are tuned in, the people who get it, really get it. They're like, okay, the first one we released was 100% Summit hop. And that hop is really interesting because if you use it with a light hand, it can just impart this really nice grapefruit and kind of earthy character.
Mm-hmm.
If you go real heavy, it can get oniony really fast.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that too. I guess onion. It's spicy, almost peppery too.
Smells almost like dried
dank.
onion.
Yeah. Now, just out of curiosity, is that beer that you did it with? Did you guys win the Summit hop thing that Drake's did?
Yeah.
Is that that's the beer you won a medal there with?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we brewed that beer. Drake's does a single hop festival every year, or they call it the Replicale Festival, where they send it out to our 30, 40, 50 breweries. They send out this recipe, and they say, everybody brew this recipe, and then come to the festival and pour this beer, and it'll be judged. And the only constraints, I think you get to pick your mash temperature, and you can use your house yeast.
Okay.
And the first year they did that was the Single Hop Summit, which is what kind of kicked this off.
Okay.
So we brewed a small batch for that, and then we brewed a production batch for us to kick off our single hop project.
So you're always, now when you're doing these experiments, you're doing these 400-gallon batches to experiment with a single hop, to experiment with a single hop beer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can get an idea. I always say it's like chefs know how ingredients are going to play together.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that risky because we've already got an established malt bill. And then we can rub the hops and, you can give them a smell and you get an idea of what they're going to taste like when you put them in the kettle. So really the only complaint we've ever had is the profile is not assertive enough for an IPA.
Okay.
But like I was saying, a lot of the reviewers, they get it and they go, okay, this is really interesting. I could use this hop as a blending hop now. Now I know what this hop tastes like. And it's more of an exercise than trying to because we never entered the single hop IPAs in a competition. We'd use our blended, just our regular, the ones that went into 6-packs.
Okay.
So it was, like I said, it was more of an exercise, almost a teaching tool that we could just send out. And it was fun when they would overlap a little bit. We'd get emails and phone calls, people saying oh, I'm tasting these two side by side, and it's totally different beer.
Yeah.
So
where do we start as homebrewers? It sounds like what you've done is you have this recipe that you'd already done, and you're going down to a single hop. You want to keep the same amount of IBUs.
Mm-hmm.
And what you did was only mess with the bittering addition in terms of getting the IBUs.
Yeah.
Right? So what are the IBUs on this beer that we're talking about?
I think this one was 65.
Okay.
So it was pretty hefty especially when you get with some of the harsher bittering hops up into 65 IBUs. They'll hammer you.
Right.
But that's what we wanted to find out.
So your other additions, which were what?
We did a 30, a 15, and a 0.
Okay. And you kept their weight exactly the same. So if you were doing 10 ounces, whatever it was on 0, you kept it at 10 ounces.
Yep.
And then just calculated the bittering units across the board and only added ounces to the bittering addition.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that would change. So that would be really the only variance. Like higher alpha hops would have a smaller 60-minute addition, where lower alpha it would be really high because you're not getting as much from the whirlpool.
Yeah.
And that's really how I formulate my recipes for our IPA or even our Red Horse as a hoppier ale. I work backwards. I know what pounds per barrel of a specific hop I want to finish or for flavor, and then whatever IBUs are left over, it just gets picked up with the beginning.
Okay.
I mean, I think in the little glass there is the Red Horse Ale, is the one that just won at World Beer Cup.
Oh.
And this beer, in I think we brew 430 gallons at a time, only gets 10 ounces for the first edition.
Okay.
I've put that much in homebrew before.
Yeah.
And it's almost just kind of ceremonial.
Tasty puts that in every homebrew, I think.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Well, IPAs or something, sure.
So it gets all of its IBUs from late additions. It doesn't see hops again until 20 minutes.
Really?
Into 20 minutes left in the boil.
I would have given this beer a medal, Doc.
I was thinking C hops the whole way through.
Yeah.
So with this one, you can taste. It's got more of that kind of earthiness and that kind of resinous. This has a lot of Summit in it.
Resin, yeah, definitely.
And this beer came from that single hop Summit Ale that I did at Bison. I got into the brewery and they said, we really want to get this back to what it used to be. It used to be this really aggressively dry hopped beer, and I think it's getting back into that now. And they said, we want this really just kind of sticky hop presence. And I said, I have the hop for you.
Okay. Is this a hop that you can still get in abundance, or is it?
I think so. I think Summit is one of the ones that's still pretty widely available.
Okay.
And I mean, I would look with the hop situation now. I don't know how hard it's trickling down to homebrew shops and things like that. I mean, I've heard of homebrew shops rationing and not selling you hops unless you buy grain. And
it's getting down there.
So, I mean, really, I would look at it as an opportunity to try hops you haven't used before.
Yeah.
Just find your solid pale ale recipe, or have Jameel make you one, and and then just switch out the hops.
Well,
for
and that's
that
what
one variety.
that's what I was going to say, because you're starting with an established recipe for yourselves, and a lot of us homebrewers, maybe we don't have established recipes. Jameel's recipes, I think, are a great place to start. Here's an established recipe, and you could use the same method that you're talking about, where you're just your bittering addition, you can go ahead and mess with that. And the other ones you keep the same. You're just changing the hop, right? And that'd be a good place to start, because these are proven recipes.
Yeah, a lot of guys have their house recipe too. They got their pale ale recipe, whatever their house is, and they can't get those hops anymore.
Yeah.
It's a good time to start messing with the hop additions. Try to keep the IBUs the same.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, the aroma hops and the flavor hops, just try to dial those in. And the bittering hops is the big thing to change at first.
Yeah.
How do you you chose Summit because you had, I think it sounds like you had used it a little before and you liked it. Other than that, how do we choose a hop? If we want to do a single hop beer, where do we begin?
Really, at this point, I think I would take what your shop's got.
Yeah, I mean, make it easy, right?
I mean, really,
you got Palisade. I'd be happy to use them.
But not all of those are going to be good for a single hop beer, are they? Will any hop work for a single hop beer?
I think some would be better than others, but I'd be hard pressed. I don't think it'd be better or worse. I mean, it could be. You could find a hop like I had a single hop pale ale that Sierra Nevada made from 100% Magnum hops.
Okay,
and I'd never thought about finishing with Magnum.
No, I wouldn't
before.
either. Yeah, not at all.
Yeah. It was interesting.
Okay.
And that's part of the exercise. I mean, it's you go and you taste it, and it was actually really woody tasting. And it was something that I thought, you know what, if I can't get Northern Brewer, this might work really well in a steam beer.
Okay.
So, I mean, you start doing that, and you taste it, and you go, oh, this tastes like we actually found a hop that I think tastes more noble than the noble German hops that we'll use, and we use it in our Pilsner now.
Really?
So, I mean...
Do you want to tell us what hop that was, or is that a secret?
Well, it's a blend of two now. No, I've got no secrets in the brewery. All of our hops and ingredients and everything are on my blog. So
okay.
You can know they're out there for everyone to see. No, it's a blend of German Spalt Select, which is a hop that I had never used before, and Mount Hood.
Okay. And that tasted more noble.
It has, we get it, and everyone's like, "Wow, you must have used a ton of Hallertall." I'm like, "No, not an ounce."
Mount Hood has that.
Okay,
it does.
One of the best things to do is look at your parentage from what your hops are.
Yeah.
Where do they come from?
And the Mount Hood comes from Hallertau. It's one of the. It's called a triploid variety. It's neither male nor female. It's got 3 chromosomes, so they don't have to worry about growing male plants in the field.
So, and if you've got a good solid recipe, you brewed a good beer to start with. You start changing out the hops. You're not going to brew a bad beer. You're going to brew a different beer.
Yeah.
So don't worry about I don't want to brew 5 gallons of crap.
Yeah.
You're going to come up with something that's just going to be awesome.
I never worry about brewing 5 gallons of crap.
Because you always do?
I just keep plugging away.
No, because he makes 10 gallons.
Yeah,
More of
I
a sure
make
thing.
10 exactly. I have upgraded.
But don't worry about coming up with something that's just so awful that you're not going to want to drink it.
It's only 5 gallons too. I mean, it's not like
but
400.
still, if
Someone will drink that.
If you've had
Unless you're
a
Paxton.
good recipe and it's balanced, and your original recipe was good,
Yeah.
changing out the hops is just going to make it different.
Yeah.
It's not going to make it bad.
Okay.
So it's a good experiment.
It is.
And one thing that we do too is, we'll get calls from hop brokers, and they'll say like, "We have a new experimental variety. Would you like to try it?" And sometimes they'll give it to us, and sometimes we'll buy it. Not so much this year with the hop situation. I had to beg a supplier for a little bit of a new hop that's coming out. Well, it'll be coming out in like 3 years, and they only sent me 2 pounds.
Is that because other people are trying to scoop it up too?
I don't know. I offered to buy it. I said, I'll buy it at market price. I just want to try a new hop.
Yeah.
And that was really how we selected a lot of the hops at Bison. We used, they weren't like new experimental varieties, but they were fairly new. We used Amarillo. We used Simcoe. I think Dan did a Glacier when I left. So, we try and get these new hops that we haven't used before. Like most people know, we tried to pick hops that weren't widely available. You want to taste Cascade, go buy a Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do a single hop Cascade beer.
No, that makes sense, yeah.
So we tried to pick kind of lesser known varieties, or even, the Simcoe was one that we were really happy. Like you couldn't get it the year that we did it. And I called Hop Union and told them what we were doing. And they're like, yeah, okay, we can send you enough for that. We can find that.
Good.
So that's kind of how I select them now. Is I'll get these experimental varieties. Last year at Sacramento Brewing, we did we used the Bravo hop, and that's a newer variety that's out, and that was for the Drake's Duplicale Festival.
Okay.
And that one was, everybody brewed an IPA, and I think that hop would be probably better suited for almost like an American wheat beer, or possibly even an Americanized lager.
Do you make that decision after you've brewed it and you realize that, or can you look at it and look at its profile, its alpha acids, and decide that ahead of time?
You can kind of tell. I mean, you can look at it and rub it and give it a nose and figure out kind of, okay, this is smelling more spicy instead of all citrus. So, maybe we should go more of a like I said, like a lager route with it, or do something different, maybe a golden ale. But no, I mean, that's part of the fun in doing it. Like you put it together, and it was still, the beers were still plenty hoppy. I mean, they were finished with like a pound per barrel or something.
Wow.
So
they're just throwing them in.
Yeah, it was just a ton of hops. So it still got up there, but it's like I said, it's an exercise.
See, that's almost a fun part too, I think. If you don't want to be sort of moderate about it and figure out the intricacies of the hop, it's almost fun just to figure out how to still make it a really green, hoppy beer just by throwing a ton of hops in there.
The first double IPA I ever brewed, I used Mount Hood and Liberty hops, and I just used tons and tons and tons of them because they're delicate hops.
Yeah, I love Liberty.
Yeah, and it turned out really nice. It's certainly not what we're experiencing now on the West Coast in terms of just these hop bombs, but it was really interesting. And we took that recipe, and our double IPA still has some Mount Hood in it. And, now it gets a lot more Columbus and Centennial. But
sure. Well, and I want to I want to talk about what you've learned from doing this. And one of the things you said just very briefly, that you end up kind of with the outcome, and you go, okay, now this character that this beer has, I was really looking for in my other beer. So now I know to use this hop, to add this hop to my other beer.
Absolutely.
I think that's really interesting.
No,
maybe
awesome.
you get a spice character that you felt your IPA was missing, or your lager was missing, any of the, and so you go, okay, now I know how this one works. I'm going to go ahead and put it in my other beer.
Yeah, and it's really, and it works other ways too, and especially again, being short on hops, you may not be able to get the bittering hop that you want.
Yeah.
So aroma aside, like the other day I went in and we didn't have our normal bittering hop in the cooler, and I was mashed in and going. And I was able to look at the selection of hops we had and go, nope, we're not going to use that. It's going to be too harsh. Then, some of them were obvious. All right, I'm not going to use that because the alpha's too low. But this one will do just fine for a substitute on this one batch.
Yeah.
Because it happens. Like you're trying to brew and it doesn't, you don't always have everything you want.
Right.
Either it's not out of the ground yet or they can't ship it to you in time or, the container's coming in from England. So I guess we're going to use, Golden Promise instead of Maris Otter in this batch. And
yeah,
it's, it's fun. It keeps you on your toes, but it's a matter of knowing your ingredients and knowing what you can ask your ingredients to do. You get these lighter, more delicate hops, and like I said, I brewed a double IPA with fairly delicate hops, and it was, like I said, it was a good beer, but it didn't have the impact that I wanted. And you just learn that that didn't work out, so next time I'm going to use this instead.
Right. Were there any big surprises in the brewing that you did? Yeah.
I didn't like the single hop Amarillo as much as I thought I would.
Yeah, I would think that'd be a good choice.
Yeah, I was really
When'd you end them?
What's that?
You just kept it the exact same? You didn't do anything different?
No, it's totally the same. And I think that it may not have been, just because it's a little lower oil content than the Columbus and the Summit that we had done, I think maybe it just didn't have enough in it. But it was just really delicate and kind of nondescript. And
kind of one-dimensional.
Yeah. It just wasn't there for me. But that being said, it still had a real subtle kind of nice grapefruit character to it, and we use it. It's the other hop in the Red Horse that you guys just had. I mean, so we do use it there. We're talking about using it in our IPA as a substitute for the little bit of Cascade that are in there.
See, the hophead in me thinks that almost any of your single hop beers will lack complexity.
Oh, they do.
Okay.
They do. And that's why, I mean, like I said, that's why we blend, but it's those pieces. You've got to know, it's kind of like when, a winemaker is blending barrels. He's going, or a beer maker in the case of Matt, but he's picking these barrels and they all have different flavor profiles and you're trying to put them together in such a way that it creates, a finished, complete product. And it's part of that. You're tasting the pieces.
Yeah.
And then it's up to you as the brewer to put them together. And that's the thing that I really love about making beer is that these are all intentional decisions that we make as brewers, as home brewers. You chose to put 4 ounces of Amarillo versus 4 ounces of Centennial, or you chose your base malt. It was all intentional, deliberate, beer making.
Yeah, but honestly, I chose because someone told me to do it that way. You're thinking of it, and now you're able to do it even better from this perspective of knowing why you're choosing those, and that's different.
I'm going to do it again if it works out well.
Yeah.
But think of it like an R&D lab. I mean, you're going to start with these base ingredients, and now you have a reference point. You have a control.
Yeah.
And then with that, you're looking at whether it's a Summit, a Palisade, a Sterling, whatever new hop you're basically forced to use because there's nothing else out there. And as a home brewer, you can actually look at it as a positive instead of a negative and say, hey, wait a minute, I can actually learn a lot about this hop, and maybe it will be great in this beer, or I now know a lot more about this hop than I knew before, and I can actually use it in a different style, or say, now I can add it to this, and it's going to be really interesting because you now can add that to your repertoire of just information that you know.
Yeah. I know you must relate it to being a chef, where you add all these flavors to your repertoire
layering.
I
mean, it's a layering idea, and to understand that one simple flavor, and then to be able to layer the different other flavors with it, it's like a curry.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you can buy the generic curry powder, but if you can make your own curry for each individual dish, now not all your dishes when you do curry all taste the same because you can adjust it.
I think what I find elusive about the hop part of this, all right, with malt, and we've talked about doing this. With malt, we go to our homebrew shop and we're looking for a flavor. We've said, go ahead and grab a small handful and chew on that malt. And you can be pretty damn sure that that's close to the flavor you're going to get, right?
True.
Well, with hops, we're not we can smell them. I know you've talked about that, kind of rubbing them in your hands and definitely getting the aroma. We're not going to chew on hops and get the flavor that we're going to get in our beer, are we?
You can make a hop tea.
And get a bit of the flavor that way?
Yep.
Oh, that's a good idea. So if we just go ahead and boil up a little hop tea and drink that, you
just pour, hot water over some hops and let it steep 5-10 minutes.
Taste that. And you'll get an idea of both the bittering and the characteristics, like the spice or the citrus or the...
Not so much the bittering.
Yeah, that's probably more for the aroma and flavor profile.
Just the flavor profile.
I mean, I think the answer that will just answer this question you're driving at is to brew a lot.
Yeah.
Don't make me do it.
No, you're right, and I know that. Although we're always looking for shortcuts, aren't we? But
but also too,
but
just
yeah,
to
that
look
makes
at,
sense. And
but do some research, whether it's on the web or a hot book, and really start to really look at the aroma, the flavor, and the bittering components of each hop. And once you really start to understand that, that's really going to be helpful later on in all your brewing. Because
can't Peter just write it all down as he goes through it for us? And
he
then
should add this as a segment on his blog.
Wouldn't it?
And then we just go read all the different characteristics.
He's got nothing going on.
No.
The baby sleeps through the night.
Yeah.
Eats great. No problem.
There's no commute.
I would prefer all of that.
Yeah, come on. You got all that extra time, dude.
A couple questions from the chat for you, Peter.
Need help for that?
Yeah.
Have you done any single malt and single hop beers?
I have not, and I love, like I mentioned, I love playing with these different malts. I mean, Maris Otter is one of my favorite malts. I brewed a couple beers with Golden Promise last year. I'd love to take probably like an English bitter style would be probably the best, maybe an amber ale, and just change out the malts in it and keep the hops the same. And
be another good experiment.
I can do some of that. In the pub. In terms of just taking, like, say, our amber ale and then, just putting different base malt in it. But that's not something I've done at any kind of, not that what we do is totally structured, but in any kind of structured experimental sense, I've kind of said. Like, I tried brewing our amber with Golden Promise this last fall. And it was good, but Golden Promise is, like, twice as much as our base malt.
Oh.
And we already buy a fairly expensive base malt, so...
Did it make the beer better?
It was better.
Okay.
But then...
Twice as good?
Yeah, it's not even like a calculation that way. You start thinking about, is it better? And you walk this fine line as a commercial brewer of, you need to make really good beer, but you need to keep the lights on. And I would love to use these, exotic malts in every single beer. And we can do it with some of them. Some beers, either we just charge more for, or they just kind of get washed into the average pint price.
Right.
But it would be, you'd have to be that kind of special boutique brewery to be able to do that.
That's always been my wish, is to be that special boutique kind of place where it doesn't matter if you make money or don't make money, I get to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
And people will come and they'll hang out with me and drink my beer.
Someday you'll do that, Doc. You keep filling enough teeth, and I predict
I will
that
retire, and that's what I'm going to be doing.
Whatever the F
and
you
I will
want to
be
do
there,
in that brewery.
At that bar stool.
Yeah.
Like Norm.
Just hanging out.
Paxton!
Paxton!
All right, here's another question from the chat room I think's a good one. Have you ever used New Zealand hops, like they asked specifically like Pacific Gem?
I have not. Those were on the schedule at Bison.
Okay.
Because
being organic.
Organic, yeah.
Exactly.
I thought maybe you would have because of that.
Yeah. Right now, they're kind of... right now, Dan told me Bison's kind of in a loop. They just re-released another batch of the Single Hop Summit. Mm-hmm. Because, like I said, I found for our brewery, we're having a tough time getting hop brokers to send us something interesting. And like I said, we're not looking for charity. I'd pay for them.
Yeah.
But they're just really tight-fisted because supply is so tight.
How dare you?
Yeah.
You'll pay for that?
JP has some files in his computer that are about tight fisting.
Yeah. Oh.
And turn yourself.
Yeah, I do.
That's good timing.
He's trying to get his ankles on hang.
Keep that away from the soundboard.
He's all tied in the corner trying to hold himself together.
Is he nodding off over there?
That's what good comedy is all about.
Timing. We were talking
about timing.
Weeks ago. Thank you, JP.
You're welcome.
All right. Made my joke sound ridiculous. Oh, well.
It's all ridiculous.
Yeah. What's this beer you just poured me here?
It's awesome.
That everybody's drinking.
That's my Brussels Blonde.
It's nice.
And that is all German. I couldn't get my Styrian Golding in time, which was normally my go-to for my Belgian-style ales. Mm-hmm. But this is all those German Spalt Select hops in the finish. And it was hopped pretty highly. I was going for more of an American-style Belgian Golden.
It goes along well with the high
nice.
carbonation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is bottle conditioned.
There's a lot happening there too. It's
for a blonde, this is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's strong.
Yeah.
It's a little hot, not in a bad way at all. Actually, that really adds to the flavor, I think.
It has a great deal
Spicy.
of sugar in it.
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading about Duvel, and they said, what was it, 20% or something like that? Of the,
between 20 and
extract.
30%, yeah.
So I think I shot like 25%.
Yeah, it's very dry like a Duvel.
Yeah.
Is Sac Brew
There's just
only
a tiny
available in
hint.
this area?
Right now, we are only available in Sacramento and the surrounding counties.
Okay.
But we're actually negotiating with distributors in L.A., Orange County, and San Diego.
Okay.
Will be our first expansion.
Good.
And
That's
then
the Bay Area?
That is where we're going next.
Oh.
So, and it's only because I think the reason just has to do because we knew the distributor down there, and he said, "Have you guys thought about sending beer down here?"
Yeah.
So that conversation was started first.
Good.
But again, Sacramento Brewing Company, between what we sell across the bar and what we sell in our distribution, we do a little over. We were recalculating it based on last year's our taxable quantity of beer produced. We do about 5,500 barrels a year.
Wow.
And it's all in Sacramento. I know a lot of my friends who have breweries do that much, but they do it in like 12 states.
Yeah.
And
does that mean that your beers are real popular? There's a lot of alcoholics in Sacramento.
Maybe a little column A, a little column B.
Yeah, good. Hey, whatever works, right?
So there's a lot of goodwill in our backyard, and we've got a lot of really just fiercely loyal fans.
Yeah.
And it's, they're... it's just a really good beer market. I mean, if you look at it, Dogfish is coming to Sacramento, is one of the cities they're coming into.
Okay.
Avery came to Sacramento. I mean, if you look at you can actually get craft beer sale information by city.
Oh.
And Sacramento is one of the high growth markets for it.
Is it?
And I'm still waiting for us to get. We've got one good beer bar, but where I'm still waiting for us to get. Our answer to Monks or the Tornado or Browers. Or,
your Sacramento beer
Well, you
bar.
guys are doing some really cool stuff, though. I mean, I really applaud any brewer or brewery, for that matter, to bring in guest taps. And you guys have been bringing in some pretty awesome beers.
We've been more aggressive about that, trying to. One reason because we like to drink them.
Yeah.
And our friends make great beer,
Good
so
choice.
we've got no problem bringing in our buddies, fantastic brew and serving it through our taps. And the other thing is we're trying to educate our drinkers because for so long they only kind of drank American / English style beers with the occasional German lager.
Yeah.
And the first thing that I did when I got there is I brewed a Saison. And no one had really, I was told by the owners, they're like, no.
What the hell's that?
Yeah, they're like, don't brew a Belgian beer. It's going to sit in the tanks for 4 months. It's not going to sell. And I said, well, let's just try it.
Yeah.
Let's see,
Give it a shot.
See what we can do.
And
Let me try it once.
it sold just as fast as any of our other specials. And it actually sold faster because our Belgian beers we put into a 13-ounce glass instead of a full pint.
Well, I've had your Saison. It's awesome.
That's rocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you bring any of that in that cooler?
No, I did not. I have a batch that I brewed. I have that one batch that I brewed, and when I bottle conditioned it, I added a little bit of Brett to the bottle. And I opened one last night because I know you like your sour beers,
Yeah.
Justin.
Did you bring us a sour?
I did not because I didn't think it was quite there yet.
Oh, I might have bashed you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate
it's starting. It's certainly more sour than it was a few, probably a few months ago was the last time I opened one, but it's still just kind of. It's still got that nice spicy Saison nose, but then it's just kind of tart.
Okay.
Look at you, Jay. You're getting
How about that?
You're getting people are guarding their beers. They're not giving them to you until they're just right because you actually sound like you know what you're talking about.
Can you imagine if I become a connoisseur of anything? Like people go, oh, you ought to give that to Justin so he could tell you.
Yeah.
It's not ready yet for Justin.
Welcome to Justin's Corner.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Well, I just didn't want anyone to do a spit take on Mike.
Yeah.
You might have your own show on the Brewing Network.
I might. It'll be a cold day on Earth when that ever happens, I have to say.
So you want
maybe with global
that's
climate
nice, Peter.
change.
It's real nice.
A hint of horse blanket.
Well,
Yeah.
it might be
Fun.
a good idea because I was going to say, actually, Peter, I haven't had a bad beer from you yet. You're not fucking around at either of the breweries you've been at that I've tasted your beers. They're always good.
You said around.
It's always good stuff. So
Well, it
Thank
cracked
you.
me up when I was over brewing with Doc with my baby on my hip and happened to bring out this little bottle, and right away both Justin and Doc looked at that bottle and they're like, I know what that is. And it was a Saison, and they were
busted out.
It was consumed very quickly. So
All right,
we'll see.
It's really good.
We got to take
tasty.
ourselves a quick break here. We're going to finish up with single hop beers when we come back, and then we're also going to start talking about the barrel age program you guys got going on at Sac Brew. You can go to sacbrew.com or just click on the link on our homepage to check it out. And Peter's got a blog there. I'll ask him about that when we come back. You can click right. It's from the homepage. You can even click on it, and it says Peter's blog, I think, right there. So
yeah.
You can check it out. We'll talk about that and a lot more when we come back. I got to pee and get another beer, so stick with us.
In that order.
Pretty much in that order. We'll be back in just a second. Hang in there, kids.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Did you know that every day a brewcaster goes to bed hungry? Did you know that that brewcaster is silently calling for the help of people just like you? Do you know that every day the unicorn and the rainbow have to blow sailors for loose change? For less than the cost of a half-calf, quad-shot, venti, extra-hot soy milk, triple pump, hazel, low-fat foam, double-cupped macchiato a day, you can help starving adults in Pacheco. Your love can be felt for as little as 7 cents a day. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com/donate to sign up today for as little as $2 a month. Private first class in the BN Army. Buy your way up the ranks as corporal, sergeant, ranger, or colonel with an easy-to-do monthly donation that keeps brewcasters alive and your favorite internet radio station broadcasting. No donation is too small to help those in need. Can't you find it in your heart to share your love with a brewcaster? In return, you will enjoy the wealth of knowledge that comes with every episode of the session, The Jameel Show, and yes, even that other show. Thank you for listening, and please sign up for your donation at thebrewingnetwork.com/donate today.
I were down the local pub the other night, a pint a mile there in me sights. Up approached the southern geezer and says,
"Have a Bacardi Boiser."
I said, I hope you were joking, son, that's not right. Singing bitter lager, cider, ale, stouts. Designer drinks, I'd rather drink now. You can keep your white wine spritzer, baby sham, that's for your sister. Order that in Lancashire, son, and you're out. I took Jean to Biggin Elder for his tea, and some bloke ordered WKD. Well, I didn't know what for do when Big Frank ordered Malibu. I tried to explain to Jean, she just couldn't see. She's partially sighted, registered disabled. Singing bitter lager, cider, ale, stout. Designer drinks, I'd rather drink now. You can keep your white wine spritzer, baby sham, that's for your sister. Order that in Lancashire, son, and you're out. Everywhere I turn I see these alcohol pops. All the kids are drinking and manging round the shops. I shall be the babysitter, I could get 'em on to bitter. No more Asballs, it's just barley, wheat and hops. A singing bitter lager, cider, ale, stout. Designer drinks, I'd rather drink now. You can keep your white wine spritzer, baby sham, that's for your sister. Order that in Lancashire, son, and you're out. Singing bitter lager, cider, ale, stout. Designer drinks, I'd rather drink now. You can keep your white wine spritzer, baby sham, that's for your sister. Order that in Lancashire, son, and you're out. Please drink in moderation.
Oh, crap! It's the hop shortage!
No, not the organic free-range Oyster Russian Imperial Coffee Stout.
It's all gone. We'll never brew again.
Damn this hop shortage. Damn it to hell.
Oi! Away off your wee hop shortage.
Who are you?
A Scottish 80 shilling, and you cannot brew a Scottish 80 shilling like you was mixing cement with hops instead of gravel, you great ass.
Use less hops, brew more beer. Northern Brewer has kits and ingredients for dozens of worldwide beer styles that don't require a lot of hops to make a great pint, like the bloodthirsty and abusive Scottish 80 shilling. Keep drinking great beer. Order at northernbrewer.com and get flat rate $7.99 shipping anywhere in the contiguous U.S. 1 beer kit, $7.99 shipping. 1 million beer kits, $7.99 shipping.
Together we can beat this hop shortage.
My lambic!
It'll only f***ing help it.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. Still a bunch to get to. I just realized I forgot to do a couple of my CBC interviews when we did our CBC segment, too. So, JP or Chad, don't let me forget to give you those at the end of the program, what I just said. Never mind, then. I do have a couple of good interviews, one from Ray Daniels about the Cicerone program that the Brewers Association just started, which is pretty interesting. And then a great comment. In fact, we were just talking about this at the break. A great comment from Julia Hers. I'll play this for you later, and she's with the Brewers Association, about how home brewers impact the craft beer industry and how working together with your local craft brewer can really be kind of a positive impact on the thing. But I do want you to know also, so I talked to a lot of home brewers. I also talked to a lot of professional brewers. Some of you home brewers, you can be real dickheads to professional brewers. I'm just going to say it right now. I'm going to say it for you, Peter. Okay, you don't have to say it.
I would never say that.
And it's because you can't go into a professional.
They needle them.
Now I know that some of you home brewers, you guys, you know what you're doing, and I know that, and I know that some of you know what you're doing in some cases even more than those brewmasters at the pro places. And I'm not taking that away from you. What I am saying is, you got to have a little tact, and you can never go into these places with your constructive criticisms. You can't go in there like you own the place, and you can't go in there and talk to somebody who, like Peter, who's been through a guild program, and just presume to know everything. So, I think that craft brewers, they do want to hear what you have to say, but just be a little tactful about it. That's all. Be careful.
Right.
Don't go in like a.
There's so many things that, as a craft brewer, you can't do as a home brewer. Home brewers, we can dial it in. We can do whatever we want.
In small batches, sure.
You're right. And you're dealing with so many other things. You were talking about, I can't use this malt. I can't use the crystal malt that I want to use. I can't do this, or this. It's probably not dialed in the way you would want it to be, but it's the best you can do for what you got.
No.
And as a craft brewer, we can come in, we could just needle you. It's like, you know what? I can hit this every time.
And you can't do that.
You just can't.
And there's a lot of things. I mean, I do my best to always make sure for our regular beers that I have the same malts, or at least the malts that I want to use that time, in stock. And sometimes stuff just happens and you can't get it. I mean, there was, you call your malt supplier and you go, I'd like to order some special B. No, we don't have that. Okay, I'll take some dark crystal then.
So
my
my hat is off to you, because you can just go on the fly. Because I can't have that. You know what? If I get twice as much of this or half as much of that,
I'll make it work.
It'll make it work.
No.
Yeah.
I can have half as much aromatic would make it work.
Yeah.
Instead. And, working on the fly like that.
I think half as much beer tonight for Doc would not have made it work.
No, it wouldn't have made it work. But,
actually, he's empty.
Yeah, wait.
Uh-oh. Guess he needs
This is the most intense I've heard, Doc. Like, if you hear it in his voice,
he's into it.
He's super
I am.
intense.
Well, I think this is...
You just can't do that.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
But the fact that, like, he says he can't get this.
Yeah.
Well, I can make what we have and what they're expecting us to have by doing twice as much of this instead of half as much of that.
And that's knowing what you're doing.
Exactly.
And that happened to us this fall, and it's happening to a lot of breweries the breweries can't get hops. It's not just the home brewers.
Right.
And it's not even like you can get them, but they're really expensive. Like you can't get some.
Exactly.
And we went and we had a contract in place for the 2007 hop crop. And Simcoe is one of the predominant hops in our IPA. And my contract for the 2006 crop, we ran out of Simcoe in like November. And I'm thinking, okay, that's fine. That's when it comes in. We might have to brew one batch without it. We didn't get Simcoe till like the end of January.
Wow.
And why is that?
It was behind. They had to pelletize all the Cascade first, and it's in line. And you call every week, and you're like, okay, where is it? And
come on, 20 green.
It takes like a month.
They're gonna harvest it in September, October. How long?
You think you'd have it?
Exactly.
I know.
Yeah. Well,
they dry it.
Yeah, it takes like a month to actually pelletize, but then they have hops in order, so there might be Newports or Amarillo before that.
Right.
So they're still processing hops that were harvested already.
Yeah. So there's all these other little things that you run into, all these other little hurdles that impede you from doing the same thing, and you have to be agile.
The bottom line is you still have to have beer on the tap for your regulars. How are you going to do that? You have to know
that they expect to taste the same.
You have to know what you're going to do. Half of this, twice
they
of that.
tell you when it doesn't taste right.
Yeah.
Right.
What's this beer you just poured me here? Shatty.
Sack Squatch? Is that what you call it?
Sack Squatch?
Sack Squatch.
You're asking for trouble with that one.
What are you asking for?
What kind of beer? I haven't tasted it yet, but it smells great.
It's Scotch ale.
It smells really grainy.
This does really well in BJCP competitions as a 90 shilling.
Okay.
And it doesn't do well in GABF or World Beer Cup because it doesn't fit anywhere. There's a strong peated Scotch ale category, and it's not that strong of a beer. I mean, it's 7%.
It's not that peated either.
Yeah, and it's not that peated either. But there's enough peat if it went in as a non-peated beer, they'd kick it out. And then they have the Scottish export category.
Oh, that's a good beer.
Which is actually closer to our, American Amber, if you ask me. And this has got too much roast, too much smoke going on for it.
Yeah.
So this one we're actually considering just not entering in JBF this year. We're just like, we'll put something else in.
Yeah, I could
just
see
send it here.
I could see in comparison to other ones judging it a little too much, a little too rich. But you know what? I'm liking the rich character of it.
You're
right.
right.
It is smoky.
Alaskan Amber. It's along those lines.
But smokier.
But smokier, maltier, more.
Can we change the crazy bitch's name to Sack Squatch?
Absolutely.
I think that'd be a good.
As of today.
Absolutely. I want to make a beer called Sack and then just make it raw oniony and use like cheesy hops. And,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Just cheesy.
And a bunch of peat malt.
Sack.
Yeah.
Sack.
Yeah.
You're a poet.
Just all big oniony.
Did you want to say hi to your family at home now, Peter?
Just want to say hi to my wife, who's listening right now with my 3-month-old. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, hi, wife. They almost shared the birthday with my cat.
That's true.
And what's your cat's name?
The one that's turning 1 is Wesley
Mr.
Willis.
Wiggles.
Wesley?
Is it a boy or a girl?
Wesley Willis. It's a boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the second or third?
It's a eunuch now, but
yeah.
It's a clip club.
What's its name?
Wesley Willis.
Is it like the third?
No. Esquire.
No, because that would be stupid. Paxton.
Yeah, Sean.
Okay.
You know what?
Obviously, Wesley Willis works.
Wesley Willis the third would be actually pretty good.
If you can't be serious, Sean, you can't talk about it.
Don't talk to me anymore, Sean.
Yeah. You're not serious enough for me.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's move
I'll
on
work on
to
that.
barrel aging beer. 888-401-BEER, that's our number.
Beer.
I know that some of you drunks of the week are getting riled up out there. Hang in there. Give me another 45 minutes or so. We'll be through this, and then you can dial in.
Because you got to beat me.
I've got interviews to play at the end of the program. Plus, I have our voicemail feedback.
Yeah.
7 hours.
That's also the other thing you wanted me to tell you is supposedly the whole chat room is going for Drunk of the Week.
How is it that they're really tame and peaceful tonight, and they're all going for Drunk of the Week?
They're all pussies.
Occupied
I
drinking.
see.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
Is that a new... what is that?
I'm just trying to whisper so they don't hear me.
The chat room can't hear you.
All right, we got to move on. Let's get through this. We'll take your calls at the end of the program. Don't start dialing in now. We'll get to that. All right, so you guys have been able to start a new barrel age program there at Sack Brew since your new owners kind of said go for it, do what you want. Something you've been wanting to do for a while, I assume.
Well, really, it started. We were down in San Diego, and I think the name of the place was Beechwood Barbecue. and or it wasn't really San Diego, it was Orange County, I think. But we were there, and we were just kind of feeling out some accounts, meeting with the distributor I told you about we're looking at hooking up with. And we were talking with him, and he had just gotten a bottle of Angel Share from Pizza Port. And he popped it open, and he poured it, and our new owner, George, was there, and he tried it, and he looks at me, and he says, is this what you're talking about doing? And I said, well, yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah.
I said, nobody really does it like Pizza Port, but, that's...
Sure.
That's the concept.
It's a good start.
So that was his first barrel-aged beer ever.
Oh.
And
so good start.
So the bar set kind of high.
Yeah.
So
But you know what? It got your foot in the door.
Yeah. So we were only talking about
Note
buying.
to self, give them a good beer to try first.
Yeah,
that's right.
We were only talking, and that's part of our bourbon barrel age program, and we're only talking, I think, about getting 2 barrels or 4 barrels at that time. And
what was it? I think it was 2, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'll take 6.
Yeah, let me back up. Sean Paxton is the one who helped us find these barrels.
How is it that you're the barrel connection, Paxton?
Because he knows everyone.
I don't know everybody. There's somebody.
He knows the barrel guys.
There's like 2 guys.
It's an ugly
people
backstreet
outside
thing.
the industry. But
where do you go to get your barrels? I know where you go.
Kentucky.
I'm just bored, and I just call up random distillers and say, hey,
Hi.
I really like your bourbon, and is there any way I could get a barrel? And I found out actually a lot of very interesting things were some of my favorite bourbons, one of which I don't know if you've opened yet, but
yes, I have.
And
it's
good, isn't it?
I opened it this morning.
Yeah.
But the problem
Last
is that depending on where your bourbon comes from, some of it is actually sold to a second-hand packager, and they package it with their own label. And hence, they will not sell you a barrel because they don't actually have a barrel. And that was very frustrating right off the bat because I was really looking for flavor. I was really looking for different barrels than just your Jack Daniels or your Jim Beam barrels.
So you had to go to the secondhand packager?
No, actually, I had to go directly to the distilleries and actually do a pretty intense bourbon tasting, which really sucked.
I'm sure that was a tough day.
Well,
it's a horrible thing.
A friend of mine actually had a really nice bourbon tasting party, and we went through 12 different bourbons, and we really went through 12 bourbons. I haven't been that trash in a long time.
That next morning must have sucked.
But actually, I did learn a lot of stuff, and so what was kind of cool is that to take the knowledge from that bourbon tasting and taste those different bourbons. And one of the ones that we tried was the Van Winkle, which is a 23-year-old product, and it's a wheat whiskey going into the barrel, and it's about $100 a bottle, and it wasn't the complete standout of the evening, but it was very, very high out of the 12 that we tried, and I went directly to the distillery, and sure enough, boom, they had just emptied some, and actually it took about 3 months to get the barrels, so you have to be patient, and then also you have to line up your freight, because let me tell you, even though it's a wooden barrel, they treat it like it's eggs because it's so fragile, and so that was a little expensive. And
I helped track that
if you
down.
can get a Van Winkle bourbon, you're in there.
You're in there.
Do they sell it at Trader Joe's? Because if they don't, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, it's no.
Okay,
but it's very nice, and
it's an awesome bourbon.
So to really stop and think about, okay, crap going in the barrel versus crap coming out of the barrel, and thinking about doing a really nice beer to go into the barrel, and then to really take it even further than just your standard generic barrel. Oh, it's a bourbon barrel. Well, what kind of bourbon barrel? Because just like we source out, special, vegetables or something from the special farm, and I wanted to take that same philosophy into the program, and it was kind of neat because to really look at American oak and, those flavors that will come from the bourbon and that will influence the beer. And especially being, a brand new barrel that was just emptied, because, to talk to the guy, and let me tell you, his his accent was so thick I could barely even understand him, and he couldn't really understand me.
What was his accent?
French?
No, he was Kentucky.
Oh, I would like that. I love a good
a southern accent. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure. We're talking about.
I know the problem. Yeah, right.
And
it's like all of a sudden, yeah.
If you're talking about a high wheat,
yeah,
or standard bourbon, or a high rye,
yeah,
It's 3 different things.
So you ended up with like 25 barrels, and they're all different? Is that what you're saying?
No, we actually, I ordered 8 barrels, and 6 of which went to the Sac Brewing.
And are they all the same type of a barrel? Okay,
Yep,
so those 6
and they were
are
just
one.
emptied. So that was the other
Okay.
thing, is to really see about, it's not just some barrel that's been sitting in some warehouse and it's
Yeah.
all dried up and shriveled.
It's
I mean,
fresh.
these were, even when
Was there
Peter was
whiskey in
filling
the
them,
bottom?
They did not
always.
Yeah, they did not leak at all when you fill them.
What'd you do with the bourbon in the bottom of them?
It's in the beer.
You left it there?
Yeah. I didn't want to mess with it at all.
do it.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
How much are we talking? Like half a gallon? I mean, they don't leave a ton in there, do they? It's not even that much, right?
But the thing is that to really stop and think about a 23-year-old barrel.
It was filled in 1984, is what the stamp says.
So, I mean, we're talking soaked barrels.
What were you doing
I mean,
in
we're talking
1984?
How is a 23-year-old barrel compared to like a 23-year-old girl? Like the same? We talking the same
A little
kind of
bit more experience?
Same kind of quality here? Okay, just checking.
Don't give any lip.
Just trying to relate.
Do the staves leak on a 23-year-old girl too? Or?
It happens.
No
leakage.
Yeah.
All right, so now though you've got a heap of barrels in your place.
Yeah. So we've got all those bourbon barrels.
Look at the smile on his face. He's
This
good.
is fun, man. This is like,
yeah.
We've got our production days where we've just got to fill fermenters, and then this is almost a vacation to go and play with the barrels.
Yeah.
But
it's a whole other thing, too.
Now, are you
I mean, it's
having to
completely
treat
different.
these? It sounds like they're in good condition. They weren't leaking. They're treated
bourbon barrels
delicately.
weren't, no.
So when you get them, Peter, and you're about to throw beer in them, are you just throwing beer in them, or do you have to do something?
Pulled the bung, filled them up.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Well, I
there's no
purged them.
hot water-
I did purge them with CO2. Was the only thing that I did just to prevent any kind of oxidation.
Yeah.
But think about bourbon. I mean, it's...
Let me think about bourbon.
It's pretty high in alcohol.
Yeah.
And if there's anything going to grow in bourbon, maybe you want it in there.
The old bourbon barrels are going to have a lot of bourbon left in them.
Oh, yeah, because the staves are soaked.
You really don't have to worry about things growing inside there.
And whatever you do,
So
do
they're
not put
clean.
a sulfur stick
Yeah, they're clean.
burning in those barrels.
Yeah.
And they're also flammable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Highly
Yeah.
flammable.
So you're just throwing beer right in there.
Yeah.
Just going for it.
So what
Why not?
Sean and I got together, and he's he procured the barrels for us, and we've been collaborating on this project. And we said, well, it was a wheat bourbon that was in there, so we were talking barley wine or imperial stout, and I said, we've got
All the average, beers. that
we've got to brew a wheat wine and put a wheat wine in there.
Because it was a wheat whiskey that was originally in the barrel.
So you are looking at what was there previously and deciding which
Well, it's a
style will
component.
go.
It's
Yeah.
a component that we want to have ultimately come through in the final product.
Okay.
And if nothing else, it's an homage to the original contents.
Mm-hmm.
Van Pappy?
Yeah, little Van Pappy.
He was probably a little guy.
How long are you expecting
is.
these beers to sit in there?
This one, because they're wet barrels, they Sean and I dipped into one of them last time he was in town.
Oops.
And it is they were in there for about
3
2
weeks?
weeks.
No,
3
3
weeks.
weeks, yeah.
And it was already quite bourbony.
Really?
So I mean, these are wet, soaked barrels. I mean, they are just full. The staves in any barrel hold about 2 liters of liquid when the actual liquid is emptied.
That's a lot.
So if you take, say, like a wine barrel, which we can get to later, 2 liters of wine into 60 gallons of beer, there'll be some perceptions, but maybe in lighter styles. But 2 liters
alcohol.
Yeah. 2 liters of 2 liters of bourbon
Yeah.
into a beer, you're going to taste.
It's like a cup for Doc.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and we've all had a bourbon-aged beer that's just too... it's like drinking a bourbon. And if it's going to be a beer, I want it to taste like beer, and then I'm okay with kind of the woody...
And that's one thing that we're really committed to, that we don't want it to taste like you put a shot of bourbon into your beer.
Yeah.
It's to add nuance.
Or all bourbon. Because I've had some barrel-aged beers that were in a bourbon cask, and you really didn't taste the beer outside of that. It was liquid.
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, and it was bourbon and vanilla.
I've had some of those, and it's just awful. It just tastes bad.
It's not that it's bad, but it's too overpowering, and now you lost the essence of what went into it.
No, it's bad, is what it is.
Okay. I'll just sit here.
Again,
and
you wouldn't sit down to appetizers. Let's have this barrel aged beer, and it tastes like a bourbon
your first
beer.
course.
It tastes like a port.
Yeah.
And at the end of the meal, maybe you want to do it. So you have your dessert, and let's have one of these, and it tastes like a bourbon aged beer.
Now, isn't bourbon one of those characteristics that if you kind of overdo it in that barrel and you take it out of that barrel and age it in a different vessel, something stainless steel, will that characteristic kind of fade away? Will it age out? No, it's there, huh?
It's there.
That's it. So if you F up, Peter...
Not necessarily, though, because this is where you can blend back.
Okay.
So you can make another beer, maybe age it in stainless at the same time that beer is aging in the barrel, and then actually, because the other thing, too, is that the barrel itself is a porous material. So there is that angel share, not necessarily referring to the pizza port beer, but there's that portion that just evaporates out of the barrel.
Okay.
And so sometimes you want to top it off, and so you can do that as well. And then you also have, let's say, a keg or two on the side that you can actually use for topping off, and then also ultimately blending in the final blend.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll have another batch that will... we'll sit down and we'll do these different blending trials of, all the barrels together, because each barrel will taste different. So we'll taste the blend of the barrels together. We'll taste the blend of the barrels with some unoaked version and just kind of play and see what tastes
ratio,
the best.
what proportion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll dial it in. But, like I said, we're planning on releasing the first bourbon barrel in November, maybe December, just depending on how things go. It doesn't need to be in there long. Like I said, those barrels are wet. It's already swimming in bourbon character.
And that will change over time, I assume. You'll reuse those barrels, I imagine.
Yes.
And then they'll have to be in there a bit longer the next time and a bit longer after that.
Yep. So I know, Alan at Hair of the Dog, he has some bourbon barrels that he put his Adam beer in, and he's actually letting it sit in those barrels for 8 years before he releases it.
8 years. I don't know if that's going to be good. Is that going to be good?
Knowing his beers, I have no doubt that it's going to
be good for you.
Yeah?
You forget about that.
Because it'll be sour?
Yeah, well, no. You just forget about them.
No. Oh, it'd be good to leave them there, yeah.
He's calling you dumb.
I gotcha. Thank you, JP. I'm so dumb I didn't even get that.
Forgetful.
That's how dumb I am.
It'd be good because you're dumb. I don't get it.
But that is a really interesting point, though, to talk about. What Peter mentioned is that each barrel really is different, even though it all came from the same thing. When you think about a single cask bourbon versus a blended bourbon versus Doc's glass being empty.
Yeah.
Very different. So.
Okay. Well, these are good things to know because, especially as homebrewers, we're going to end up picking up random barrels, aren't we? We're not going to have this fantastic selection. It's
unless
kind of
you know
not
Sean.
necessarily.
Unless you know Paxton.
But also, it's doing your homework, and it's also taking the care that we do to source our grains or hops, grower hops, whatever it is.
So what you did was just call around to distilleries and ask?
I spent quite a while spending a lot of time researching the bourbons that I liked, and then how can I get those barrels?
Okay.
And then calling distributors, calling the distilleries, and yes.
When you call, do you tell them, I'm a home brewer, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that? What are you telling them?
One, I just wanted to see if they have recently emptied barrels that they're willing to sell that are still watertight.
Okay.
And that I could use for another application.
Great. Okay. So you just go right to it. This is what I need. Do you have it?
Because you don't want to give them too much information, but at the same time, too, which is interesting, is that most of the bourbon barrels actually end up in Scotland for Scotch. Because all that heavy, American oak has already been leached out into what, our bourbon lovers love.
Okay.
And then it goes right in for Scotch after that. So there's not this huge plethora, and actually the cost of barrels in the last, I think, 3 years has almost tripled.
Yeah, it's my brother's a winemaker, and every time he's got to buy more barrels, I can hear it in his voice. He's just dying.
Oh, really?
And these bourbon barrels have to be a heavy, heavy toast. The inside of the barrel is charred.
Okay.
It looks like charcoal.
Yeah. As we were filling them, these bits of charcoal were floating out of them. You can go to, if you go to our blog, there's pictures of it, and it's just chunks of charcoal coming out of the top of the barrel.
Okay.
As kind of the beer lifted it out as we were filling them.
Wow.
So.
And also the whole room apparently smelled like bourbon. So.
Yes.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Tasty, are you a bourbon beer guy?
A little bit.
Yeah?
It's done right, sure.
Have you ever done one?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How did you do it? Did you do the soaking the chips kind of thing?
Yeah, soak the chips in bourbon and add them to the beer.
Okay. Mm-hmm. See, it's always just the bourbon characteristic to me is such it's a delicate thing, man.
It's very delicate.
Now the barrel, see, I think two different things here. Now the barrel flavor is one thing, and the bourbon flavor is another. The barrel flavor I can deal with in pretty large proportion, as long as it's not too oaky.
Too much tannin.
But a lot of woody flavor, a lot of that charred kind of flavor, that can be fantastic in a beer. And I think you have a little more leeway with that, in terms of my palate anyway. But the bourbon, man, it's a fine line.
That's why we're going to be prepared to blend if need be.
Yeah, that's a good, and homebrewers can do that too. So you just brew, especially if we're doing it in 10 gallons, Chad. We could keep 5 in a corny and 5 if we happen to have a smaller barrel, and then be able to blend them.
But
you
have
should
to
get
be
a bigger
careful.
barrel.
You really should, because it's all about surface area.
Don't worry about the small barrel.
No, see,
small barrel's more bad.
And they also actually cost almost the same.
Yeah.
But it's about surface area. That's what you're saying.
It's oxidation. I mean, you can look at if you just Google, like, I think Vinny has a barrel aging presentation that's out there on the web somewhere where he actually lists the different oxygenation levels of the different size barrels versus plastic containers versus, because
Raj talks about that too. Raj Apte.
Yeah,
he talked about that.
The barrel does have some macro oxygenation that's taking place that's contributing to the flavor. You know, you get those barrel-aged barley wines, and they've got that sherry character. I mean, it's oxidation. And it's limited and it's controlled, but, I mean, it's there. I mean, in brewing, you think about oxidation as a bad thing.
Yeah.
But it's there. And what you do is if you go into a smaller barrel, you've just dramatically increased the amount of surface area that's available to the porous wood and to oxygen. And it will, I mean, I can't remember the numbers offhand, but they are just dramatic.
It happens a lot faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll have more oxidation, but less contact time with the wood that you want. So you can do it, but it's a different beast.
You're going to get more sherry and less that port wine kind of flavor to it.
Sherry can get bad quick too. That flavor is a.
And when it's overwhelming, it's overwhelming.
Well, oxidation is sherry that kind of flavor.
Or cardboard.
Yeah, which is just awful. However you look at it, that cardboard.
You're licking some newspaper.
Good cardboard.
But the other thing that we got going on is I was brewing. Like I said, my daughter was just born, and I had brewed a Belgian quadruple with tart cherries. And it was actually the reason why I brewed the strong blonde you just tasted. I had to grow up the yeast because I was going to put it in an even stronger beer.
Oh,
and I needed a big, healthy pitch to get in there. And I brewed this beer, and it's sitting in stainless, and it's there, and I was going to just serve it on the day that my daughter was born. And my brother calls me, and he's a winemaker in Santa Cruz. He's the winemaker at Santa Cruz Mountain Vineyards, and he owns Dragonfly Cellars. And he calls me and he says, I've got 5 12-year-old port barrels. And he goes, they're yours if you want them. And I said, I happen to have the perfect beer to go into a port barrel right now that I've already brewed.
Great.
It's already been aging for 3 months in stainless.
Yeah.
And so I drove up to the winery in our big old delivery truck and loaded up his barrels. And then we got to talking, and he says, well, he goes, these are different than other port barrels you're going to find because we actually use an alembic brandy to fortify our port. We don't just use a neutral grain spirit. So he goes, tell me if you can pull that out in your finished beer. And so we got those going in there, and the port character is really starting to come out and really starting to play well with that cherry and those nice spicy Belgian notes, and it's a
whole nother layer on your palate.
Yeah.
See, that's the barrel aged stuff that I really enjoy. Not the kind of single dimensional alcohol bourbon flavor, but I like the wine barrels. I like the any kind of where you're getting kind of cherry, dark fruit notes.
Yeah,
those are the best barrel aged beers I've ever had.
And those barrels are not sour beers. Those are just we're keeping those clean. I'm plating them to make sure that nothing goes awry.
Oh, you are even.
Yeah. No, those are they're living with the bourbon barrels. We don't want any bugs in those.
Completely separate room.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got a caller who wants to ask a question. It's Nate. Nate's on the line here, and he said his club's doing a barrel brew, and he wants to talk a little bit about that and ask a question. Nate, what's happening, brother?
Not much.
Nate.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing, brother? I know you.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah.
What are you wearing?
How's that Flanders doing?
The Flanders?
Yeah. What? Huh?
Maybe this is a different Nate.
Could be a different Nate.
There's 2 guys named.
You know, it doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm from PA. I'm Philly Beer Geek in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Different
Cool.
Nate.
Well, then
Sorry.
get a Flanders and answer Sean's question.
Yeah. All right, Nate. So you guys are doing a barrel aged program with your club?
Yeah, we do it every 6 months, and it's the greatest thing for a club to do. It's the big brew. So, I mean, we got like 30 homebrewers that get together on this farm out in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, and we all get as many barrels as we need, and then we brew 5 gallons of beer and then rack them in the barrels.
Great.
So, yeah, it's always fun, and you get to see all these different setups, but I think it's accessible to small clubs and stuff. If you get together, it's 55 gallons of beer. That's 11 homebrewers.
Yeah. I think that's a great way. We've talked about that, clubs doing that before, and it's really a great thing, I think, to do because you get a giant barrel and you get a good amount of the people in your club to fill up that barrel.
That's
and
really what we're trying to do with doughs, too.
Yeah. I think if you do it right, you end up with a great blend. Do you guys find yourself having to weed out the bad brewers? You know what I mean?
No. We just we have this guy who has this 60-gallon kettle from some sort of food industry. So he usually brews enough to cap up all the barrels. So it kind of makes up for everything else. But usually there's like a lot of bourbon left in the bottom of the barrels. We get them from some sort of PA distillery. And so we all drink the bourbon, and then we rack into the barrels, and then we have a ton of homebrew. And this year we're doing a pig roast. So
nice.
There we go.
I like that.
Unless you're the pig.
It makes it even better, by
eat
the way.
the eye?
We all drink the bourbon.
Bacon, dry hop with bacon.
Eat the eye.
I see you got a question for Peter?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how do you handle oxidation, like when you're aging for a long time in one of the smaller barrels?
I haven't used the smaller barrels. That's kind of why I was discouraging Justin's thought about using those. And like I said, there's going to be some. It's inevitable. But you have to control it by having your 55-gallon bourbon barrel or 60-gallon bourbon barrel, and you just kind of limit the amount of surface area of the beer that's in contact with the wood and therefore the air. And like I said, when I filled mine, I actually just I purged one, started filling it, and then I moved over to the second one and literally just left the CO2 blowing into the second barrel while the first one was filling. So each barrel got a ton of CO2 purged out of it.
I gotta get what you mean by surface area to CO2. So, because what I'm picturing is what you'd want to do is fill that barrel till it's overflowing. You purge it and then overflow it and then put the bung in like literally on top of liquid.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, but the surface
as
area
close as you can.
The surface area I'm talking about is the actual surface area of the barrel.
What's touching
How
the
much
wood?
How much wood is touching the beer?
And you want it to be a larger amount.
Picture a bigger barrel, like go crazy. Picture like a 5,000-gallon barrel.
Wow.
There's going to be a ton of
like the ones at Rodenbach.
Yeah. There's going to be a ton of beer in the middle and not a lot on the edges touching.
I see.
So if you get smaller and smaller,
it's volume to size.
I always imagine
that makes sense.
You build a barrel around an elephant, or you build a barrel around a mouse.
Okay.
And how much per volume is going to touch the wood?
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great example, Doc, in your state.
I was wondering where I was going with
that was fantastic.
Yeah.
You said
I get
touch
that.
the wood.
I get that. That makes sense. Stop with the he says, everybody.
But how much elephant is touching the wood?
He said stop.
Yeah. Or don't. Or keep right on going.
Yeah, Chad.
Either
stop
way.
it. Chad.
All right. So that makes sense to me then. Okay, so that's what you're looking at. Nate, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. Would I be able to plug my homebrew club?
Yeah, go for it. Let's do it.
It's Lehigh Valley Homebrewers, so it's lvhb.org, and it's coming this week. If you want to come up, hang out, just brew, we're open to everyone joining in. So
you guys got a website?
Yeah, lvhb.org, like Lehigh Valley Homebrewers.
Do you guys have a website?
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, Nate.
yeah.
All right, brother. Thank you very much.
I'm drunk of the week, too, so I'm trying.
No, you're way sober. You're no drunk of the week, dude.
You're not.
No.
Oh, you're...
No.
Doc's getting close.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You haven't seen Doc.
All right. I tried, though.
Thanks for the call, brother.
See you.
All right, there you go. That's Nate. Okay, good questions right there.
Yeah, and really, like all of our projects, they're all on the blog. You can link to from our website. I mean, the primary reason the blog was created was to document the barrel project.
Okay,
and we've just had some other odds and ends, some brewers dinners that we've done and things like that have gone on there. But
and it's right there on the homepage, right?
You can link to it right from the homepage.
What does it say? What's the link?
Click here for Peter's blog.
There you go. I think that is what it says. Yeah, it's Peter's blog right there. All right, cool. Peter's a tech guy, too. He's very tech-savvy, so
he is.
I knew you were going to have a blog sooner or later. So, good. You can. I like that you're really kind of opening up about all your ingredients and what's happening there, too. So that'll be very cool.
Well, I mean, it's something I've always thought that everyone making better beer, homebrewers included, if another professional brewer looks at my page and goes, oh, he uses this hop in his IPA and I really like his IPA, I'm going to do that, too.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, everyone making better beer is better for beer. So I try and just like I said, I'm totally transparent in the brew house. I mean, I've given homebrewers my recipes for our commercial beers. I mean, it's just all...
You share your yeast?
Yeah, I'll share my yeast with them. I mean,
Second runnings?
Yeah. Sean's taking home second runnings from when he's come and brewed with me.
Come on, it was 8 plate of work just going right down the drain.
We brewed really big beer.
So.
We, it's something that's better for the industry because I have a theory that the casual consumer doesn't really differentiate between breweries, or at least not from the small breweries. It's all just kind of microbrewed beer.
It's beer.
Okay.
And if they reach for one and it's no good, it doesn't do anyone any good because the next time he's going further down the line, he's going to get a 12-pack of Bud or what have you.
I couldn't agree with you more.
So
yeah. I think you're really right about that.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think that's part of why the craft beer community works so well together, because they know that. They know that if you sell more beer, so is the guy next door. He's going to sell more beer, and they know that if you put out a piece of crap, that's no good for anybody.
This barrel stuff has really done it. It's always been there before. I've always been able to call other brewers and get yeast if I needed yeast, or get advice on whatever process we're dealing with at the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, the barrel project, like I said, is something I've never done before, and I've been able to call other brewers who've done it and have them be totally helpful and welcoming. And we've got we were mentioning one of the rooms we have is a sour room. And Sean and I had dinner at Russian River, and I've been talking to Vinny about it and how he does it and what he does, and we're not trying to do what he does, but we're trying to make our own way in that same road. And he was kind enough to actually give us some of his culture. So his house sour culture. I mean, he blends.
That's awesome.
That is very nice.
He blends different stuff around, but we've got one barrel in our sour room that's Russian River culture.
Great. Well, what's cool? He did that at the homebrew conference last year. He gave out
the dime
bags.
Chips that he had
Vinny's
soaked in his culture, Vinny's dime bag. And that, that's a cool thing. He's just, guys like you, guys like him, you're guys that get it, because you know that this is a non-competitive thing when it comes to ingredients like that, and when it comes to secrets. It's sharing the wealth, and you're going to come up with something completely different. I dig that. You guys get it. So
it also comes up to the next wave. It's underground. It's like, oh, we like sour beers.
Yeah.
Underground, again, it's like sour beers, and you know what it is. And Vinny's going to give you his little thing, get you up on it.
Yeah.
Stop that. But if we can get us all onto sour beers.
Yeah.
Rufen
I gotta fuck with you, Doc.
I know you do.
But this is what's been really neat for me is that, as a home brewer, to work with a professional brewer, it's really an interesting process, because not only is it thinking about the commercial element of brewing, which as home brewers we don't have to worry about, but as a commercial brewer he does have to worry about. And also, my garage is only so big, so I can't do all the things.
You have a really big garage and a lot of stuff in there.
I have way too much stuff, and my wife's like, you're not putting any more barrels in the garage. And so to be able to work with Peter and actually, as a home brewer, offer up suggestions and ideas, and then it was interesting, the dialogue that transpired from that really was kind of neat, not only from a friendship standpoint, but also looking at concepts in brewing that haven't been developed or those roads have not been even discovered. And that's been what has been so neat about this whole project. And I encourage all
you
the
guys were
homebrewers-
high the whole time, weren't you? I'm listening to this thinking
I was totally sober.
You
and
guys
this is what's
ate
so
a bunch
cool.
of mushrooms and bought a bunch of barrels.
It wasn't
and,
Burning Man. It was not like Burning Man.
Oh, because I'm listening to you. Roads that aren't traveled and...
No, you talk about, you were talking about collaboration with professionals and homebrewers.
Yeah.
And Sean has done a lot of stuff that I've never done as a homebrewer or as a professional brewer.
Yeah.
And, I can pick his brain about that stuff. I mean, I've never done a Brett fermentation until 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And, I put the stuff in there and it was, I knew it should work. I don't see why not. And I go and I came in the next day and the airlock's bubbling. And you're like, look at it go.
Yeah.
And smell it.
Yeah.
There's nothing left in there for them to ferment. It's bloop, 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 bloop.
Still going.
But see, this is what's also been neat is that the whole concept of this program and to just derive a whole procedure and where we want to go with it, and then to make it work and actually to help out to brew on his system and to see the limitations of his system, which, for me, it's really different where, I could just take out a couple quarts and boil it. For him, he that's his kettle. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's been a real learning experience for me as well, where I'm able to ask him questions or thoughts or propose an idea, and we get in this whole discussion about, hey, well, we could do this or this would work, and the whole concept of how to make that beer as best as we can make it so that when it goes into the barrels and it takes on this whole nother layer of flavors and to make that even go beyond, it's really been a great experience.
We may have to change your name from the homebrew chef to the collaborator. Over the last year or so, you've really become the collaborator. I mean, really working with a lot of people.
I think you're right.
And good for you.
I don't think I ever would have tried doing a real turbid mash until Paxton approached me with this idea.
Oh, we can make it work. Let's do this.
I was like,
come on.
He started asking me all these questions like, can you run off into your kettle, boil, and then go back into the mash tun? I'm like, yeah, I guess I could do that. I've never done that, but I don't see why not.
Yeah.
And we did it, and it took for freaking ever, and it was hotter than hell. And
you got too much time on your hands, Paxton. You're just thinking about this stuff.
But it was
yeah, I admit it. Yeah,
no, it was awesome.
It put you on the map, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what was fun too, though, is because to really look and rethink his system. And we did a whole thing that really, from an elementary standpoint, you never even want to attempt on his system, and to make it work.
Our system. A lot of people think that we have these fancy automated systems. We have a nice system, especially. I've seen a lot worse in the industry, but it's an infusion mash tun. There are no jackets. It's not easy to remove and put back, and
no decoction.
I mean, it's set up for making English ales.
Okay,
and I guess American ales too.
Yeah.
It was
some
really,
work to be done.
Really interesting working with raw wheat in that system.
Well, even it says a lot about Peter because he sourced and he kept sourcing the raw wheat. It was pretty awesome because he said raw.
He said our guest's name.
Yeah.
What the?
But the whole concept of really looking back historically and forgetting everything that we know as modern day brewers and looking from that standpoint of that style and really trying to reproduce it in Sacramento the best we can do without the ambient fermentation. It was pretty close.
Well, I'm looking forward to trying some of these beers. None of them are on the market yet.
See you in a couple years for the Lambic.
Years? Yeah, okay. But some of your regular Belgians, what are we looking at? 6 months?
I'm going to release Rory's Ale is the name of the quadruple. It's named after my daughter.
Okay.
We'll release the quadruple on her birthday. So batch 1 will be out on her first birthday.
9 months.
I want to continue that. I'll brew it again.
JP, you can go celebrate your cat's birthday, and you guys can all have some of that beer.
That'd be great.
Wesley?
Yeah.
I think it'd be great.
Wesley's Ale.
Yeah.
You and Mr. Jiggles.
See? Peter knows.
Mr. Tangles.
Yeah.
Mr. Jigglehanger Jamers.
Yeah. He doesn't hang anymore.
I don't think he jingles either.
He ain't a hanger.
All right. Well, I look forward to trying some of those. That'll be a good time. Let's wrap this up. I'll take a quick break. When we come back, we still have some more things to get to. So if you have any more barrel age questions, it's 888-401-BEER, or join JP in the chat room, who has delightfully stuck it out the whole show. Still with you boys in there.
Cha-cha, baby.
Good. I'm firing blanks at this point. It's just all gas right now. So I think I'm in the clear.
I'm still waiting for that one, though.
You haven't sold yourself?
Puts you over the limit, you know.
The kind of, oh, God.
Again, want to say hi to my wife.
All right, so when we come back, a couple of interviews I did. They're short and interesting from the Craft Brewers Conference. Plus, I've got your voicemail feedback for the week. We'll wrap up our barrel discussion. And I think I had something else to get to that I'll see if Shat can remind me of at the break. Hang in there. We'll be right back. Cheers.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
What have you gotten out of a vial of White Labs yeast?
WLP 001, Cal Ale, baby.
23, Burton Ale.
008, East Coast Ale.
Cal Common, WLP 810.
It's gonna be WLP 400 with beer.
I got a sweet hoodie for my vial.
Huh?
White Labs, your source for great brewer's yeast, would like to invite all homebrewers to join the White Labs Customer Club. Redeem your empty vials for great White Labs merchandise and products. Free yeast, glassware, t-shirts, baseball caps, sweatshirts, polo shirts, and you won't believe what you'll get for 5,000 vials. Members also receive a newsletter packed with White Labs updates and facts, interviews with professional brewers, brew your own clone recipes, beercook.com recipes, and customer club stories. The White Labs Customer Club. Save your vials and get in the club. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for a ride on the outside. She broke my heart in the trailer park. So I checked the keys to our ugly car and crashed that piece of junk and then stepped away.
Bartender, I really did it this time. Broke my parole to have a good time. When I got home, it was 6 a.m. The door was locked, so I kicked it in. She was tripping on the bills. I think she was high on some pills. She threw my shit out into the yard. Then she called me a bum and slapped me real hard. And in my drunken stupor, I did what I should have never done. Now I'm sitting here talking to you, drunk and on the run. I'm sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for my ride on the outside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped away. You know, Mo, I'll probably get 10 years, so just give me beers till they get here. Yeah, I know the sun is coming up, and y'all are probably getting ready for closing up. But I'm trying to drown my soul. I'm tired of this life on a dirt road, and everything that I love is gone, and I'm tired of hanging on. She got me sitting at a bar on the inside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped. Guess it was meant to be. Romance is misery, so much for memories, and now I'm headed to the penitentiary. See me on TV, the next cop series. I am a danger. I guess I should've did something about my anger, but I never learned. Real things I'm not concerned about. Pour kerosene on everything I love and watch it burn. I know it's my fault, but I wasn't happy it was over. She threw a fit, so I crashed her Nova, and now I'm going back again, back to the pen to see my friends. And when we all pile out that county van, they're gonna ask me where I've been. I've been at a drink, drink, drink to drown. Drink, 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 everybody. If everything goes wrong today, what's the day before? Will you still be standing there or walk out that door? I don't know, someone tell me. I need some answers, please. Is there meaning to this life? Or just being philosophies? Drink, 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 drink it down. Drink, drink, drink for me. Drink, 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 drink to drown. Drink, 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 everybody.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. 6 years ago, Nico Freccia and I opened the 21st Amendment on 2nd Street with the intent of bringing back the local neighborhood brew pub. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years, but the 21st Amendment still remains a great place for people to meet over a terrific meal and a tasty pint of beer. In the past, the only way you could enjoy the 21st Amendment's handcrafted beers was at the brew pub. Well, all that has changed. Now, the 21st Amendment beers are available in cans. That's right, cans. When was the last time you had a great beer in a can? Well, that day has come. We're offering our world-famous Watermelon Wheat and 21A IPA in cans. Cans are a better package than glass because cans keep the beer fresher longer, but you can also take cans to places where bottles can't go, like the beach, lake, golf courses, and sporting events. So join us in the revolution to take back the can from the big breweries and crack open a cold 21A craft beer in a can. The 21st Amendment, 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Tasty. Tasty.
Backed by popular demand.
Tasty.
I wasn't going to play it, but everyone was asking, I guess.
Oh, they love it.
Hi.
I'm high. Tasty can.
I think this is going to be our Burning Man theme, Doc.
Oh, I hope so.
This is awesome.
Look at all the beginners out there. Hey, I know that song. Part. Just go to the music.
I still think we need a stripper pole out there.
For you to say that.
It's tough.
They can be hazardous, Doc.
Chat room's going nuts, by the way.
That's right.
Tasty.
That's right.
Crack cans.
Tasty.
Crack cans.
Crack cans.
And co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco.
Crack open a cold 21A. Crack 21A. Crack 21A.
IPA in cans.
41A.
Crack.
Longer, fresher.
Crack.
Sean has nice cans.
Crack.
San Francisco.
Well.
Oh, boy.
Tasty crack can.
Couple of things left to get to still. Stick with us here.
Hi.
It's not like you have something better to do.
It is a great song.
Co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant.
Can we just play this for like the next 3 hours?
We might.
We need to get Push on stage, mixing this live. We're throwing out glow sticks
at Burning Man.
Oh, man.
Cans. There you go.
Wow.
All right.
Ollie.
Few things to get to, and one of them that we wanted to get to was that we tried to get to last week and it didn't happen, or the week before, whenever we were on last, was the Mayfair competition, which is a big competition.
Yes, sir.
Big.
And the BN Army had some good results, particularly with one dude who happens to be on the telephone with us right now. CUDA in the forums. Mike Mraz, what's happening, brother?
CUDA, baby.
Oh, hey. How you doing?
Good to have you on the show with us, man.
Dude, what's going on?
Hey.
So,
nothing. How you doing?
You kicked some ass at the Mayfair for us, didn't you?
I'm a little stoked, actually.
You should be.
Come on, I had no doubt, man. You've been brewing for, a year and a half? And you just thought, I think I'm going to do some barrel stuff. It just smokes.
Ended up kicking ass?
Oh, he just smokes.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what's funny is all the ones that I really like didn't do so well. I think they're because they're out of the park. The barrel aged stuff and the Chardonnay one, the Chardonnay barrel. Those don't do so well in competition, but hey, that's all right with me. So.
Yeah, you know what, Doc, ring that bell for me once too, will you?
Okay,
because I'm empty over here also. Well, of 13 BN medals, Mike Mraz took 12 of them in the Mayfair competition.
Unbelievable. Great job.
Let's get a big round of applause for Mike kicking ass as a young brewer. Yeah. You should be stoked, man. I had your sour beer at the Northern California Homebrewers conference up here, and you already were kicking ass back then. So.
No, Mike's a new brewer, and he freaking
But
knows
he's an
what
old brewer
doing.
at the same time.
He's an old brewer. He knows what he's doing.
I've had the palate, but I just didn't. I thought beer was like there's some black magic, some fine art that you couldn't make.
Uh-huh.
Once I started making it, I just ran with it, So
a good example of it's not so far fetched to be making amazing complex beers as a new brewer. Mike.
No, yeah.
Mike likes to put a cork in it.
Hey, you must. There's got to be.
Yeah. That's one of the things. I had to go buy the Belgian corker, because the presentation is, half the beer.
Did you have a midlife crisis too and have to get a Ferrari?
Yeah. Well, maybe later.
One of the things Mike said to me was, you know what? I really like my carbonation. And
coming from anybody else, that might seem a little off.
Yeah, but he pops that cork. He pops the thing. It's like, I know I'm going to have something really, really good.
One time JP said to me, I had a goldfish when I was a kid.
And it was. I thought it was a pretty powerful statement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've done some swaps with Mike, and let me tell you, the guy makes some awesome beer.
All right.
Yeah.
Mike, tell us, there's got to be some secret, like, are you just brewing a ton? Do you brew a couple times a week or what?
I do brew a ton. I have one of the 2050 systems, but I don't necessarily use that all the time. Sometimes I'll do batch barges because I don't necessarily want to make, it's kind of hard to do a 5-gallon batch on the 20-gallon system. So, but I've been lucky to have the 20-gallon system because I can split it off. And, for instance, you make like a American brown or a pale ale or something, and you can dry hop it with a couple different dry hops. You can not dry hop it, so instead of fine tuning your beers over, 3 or 4 or 5 or 8 batches, however that, until you get it where you want it, within 1 or 2 batches, I've got it dialed in exactly where I want it.
No, that's a great point.
I've experimented with all the dry hopping, and I've experimented with the different yeasts. So that definitely has helped me as far as being able to make good beers right away, because I'll try 3 or 4 different yeasts. Well, no, especially like the Belgian stuff, that works out really well, because you can kind of get the flavors and how you want. Okay, this is what I want. Okay, we'll move on to the next. What's my grain bill going to be, and so on and so forth. So
that's a good point.
It definitely helps. But like I said, I still do batch barging sometimes too. If I if I just want to make 5 gallons, but as far as experimentation, 20 gallons, I don't mind dumping a couple. I don't mind dumping 15 gallons if I can get really good 5-gallon beer out of it. So,
see, that would be tough for me. But then again, I'm not making award-winning beer, am I?
I got a brother that's in the band, so I kind of just dump it off on him.
Oh, there you go. So you're not dumping it down the drain. That's a different. Dumping it off on people like us, that's different.
Yeah, there you go.
Good.
So I can pawn it off on him, and he, they consume it, and then they just give me back empty kegs. So they don't clean it for me, but hey, that's too bad.
All right. While we got Mike on the line here, Chad, why don't you give us a little rundown of how the brother did in the Mayfair?
Absolutely. I mean, just basically starting from the top here.
In the Mayfair.
Yeah. Is that
is that not what I said?
Did he say Mayfair?
Right from the get-go, American Pale Lager, second place. Nathan Smith, Doe's member, came first. Arlen Johns, third there. But just getting back to Mike, European Pale Lagers, North German Pils, third
Mayfair,
place.
Chad, Mayfair.
What else we got here? We've got first place, American Pale. Let's see. First place, West Coast Extra Pale.
Wow.
Third place, California Common.
Okay.
Second place, American Brown.
Did anybody else enter this competition?
Hey, Jay-Z got first in that one.
Oh, okay.
And third. Let's see. Second place, English Style Barley Wine. Third place, Doppelbock.
Who was our other BNer that won the other medal?
Where did that go?
Steve Kirby.
Steve Kirby.
Steve Kirby. Good for you, too, Steve. Thanks for putting us down, brother. Congratulations.
Mraz, let's see. Golden Strong, third place. McDole, second. Oh, Doe's.
Oh, look at Tasty in there, number 2.
Mike McDole. That's no problem there.
Quit it, Mike.
I've
Quit
had
it.
his beer.
It didn't happen that way today.
That was a really good. Is that the same one you had over the Doe's?
Yeah.
That's a really good beer.
Yeah.
Mike, you know that Doe's is pissed you entered under the BN instead of Doe's, right? But me?
But don't worry, they got
I'm proud of you.
So.
Oh, they've got you in NHC. Oh, you guys. That's a fair trade. He put you guys down for nationals and me down for Mayfair. So that's a fair trade.
And believe me, he represented.
Yeah, he did well at nationals too.
Did I say that?
Oh, wow! Hey,
Mike! You jerk!
Mike Mraz, are you going to go to Cincinnati?
What did I do?
I haven't had any plans to go to Cincinnati.
You might have a reason to go. You might have
Mikey. See, this is news to me. I don't know anything about this. So
nobody knows anything about it.
Any score sheets.
Well, neither has anybody else, but I'm just saying, it sounds like maybe you want to get a flight to Cincinnati.
Come on, Mikey.
Possibly, could be.
Yeah, Mike, do I need to go too?
JP? Don't push him. Leave him alone. What do you want him?
You stay out of
What do
this.
you want him to
This
cheat?
is between me and the big guy.
Big Tasty over here.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, his cold storage, Mike, can you tell us about that? I'm going to build one in the backyard.
What's he got?
Which one?
The walk-in. The walk-in.
Which one?
I don't have a walk-in.
I thought you did.
No, I wanted to build one, but it just never came about because I filled it with barrels and everything else. So I decided, I got enough other projects going on that I really don't need to fill a walk-in because all I'm going to do is fill it with wall-to-wall with beer.
You've got quite a bit of room, though.
And that's a problem?
Yeah, I got a 23 cubic foot chest freezer that holds 15 kegs and it's full, and then I got a stand-up freezer and it's full, and 2 mini fridges and it's full. So if I build a walk-in, it's going to be full too. So I think I'm good.
It sounds a lot like my
Way to
house.
save on electricity.
It sounds like my house.
Build a walk-in.
You just got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
But he rides around on a moped, so that's where he saves his energy usage. Mike Mraz is actually Captain Moped.
Yeah, hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? Priorities.
That's right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm not giving
him
any
and
shit.
Sully, exactly.
Where's Sully tonight?
They're Vespa friends. Sully's in Minnesota.
He's in the chat somewhere lurking.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's his name? Give away his name.
No, I can't.
You can't? He told you not to?
Well,
You can't?
It's one he uses every time, and it's his incognito one. And
Oh, he uses the same one every time?
Yeah.
What is it?
Hey,
I don't know if I should tell
let's have Sully come out.
He can make up another
come
one.
out with
can't he?
everybody.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know.
Come out of the closet, Sean. Come on.
Come out.
Look at JP with his morals.
Well, I feel kind of bad. Anyway.
Calling him out.
Is the moderator.
I is the moderator.
Captain Shitty Pants.
Well,
Captain Shitty
What kind of
look
cork
at
is
Shadow.
Captain
I know, man.
Hey, good on you.
Wow.
Hey, I still have some awards to talk about here.
All right, go ahead, Chet. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Hey,
Talk
Chad.
about some awards.
This is the Mayfair, by the way.
12.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike Mraz, second place, Abby Double.
Nice.
First place, Goose. Belgian style sour. Second place, Flanders. Mike Mraz.
Wow.
First and second.
Wow.
And I've had that beer.
Go ahead.
The Flanders took Best of Show at Celebration up here in the Gold Country Brewers Club.
Yeah.
So that I really like the Flanders. You guys,
And you do a great job. That's a great beer.
Can you come down here and can we do just like a flight of Mike's award-winning beers?
We're going to have him on the show. He's going to talk about his barrel tastings and all the different experiments with the yeasts and the wine barrels and
Oh, Shat's all over it. Look at that.
I got I've done a presentation for the Gold Country Brewers on bottle conditioning with different yeast besides beer yeast, wine yeast, and if you want to play around with Brett too, I've done a few Brett experiments, and Sean knows about that.
Okay.
So I would love to come down there and talk to you guys about that and enlighten everybody else about the complexities of some extra yeast.
Done deal. As long as you bring the beer with you.
I think I can.
Oh, yeah. You'll bring him.
You just got Justin's attention with the sour
You bring him
beers.
cork.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Right up over there.
Yeah, I'm like, hey,
He's salivating.
I can kick Peter out of that seat right now if you want it.
I'll be back in 2 years.
Yeah.
How fast can you be here?
Is Peter there in the studio?
Yeah, he's hanging with us, man.
Okay. Hey, Peter, this is Mike. I met you over at Big Mike Moore's house at the dinner.
That dinner he did?
The dinner, yeah, I sat right next to you. I think I was talking to. I'm the one that brought the homebrews to the dinner.
He's the one who's
So
handy.
you were one of the
kept having
you
to
were one
push
of
off
the people
your
that
leg.
brought your own beer to the 8-course dinner with 2 or 3 beers per course.
That's how he rolls.
Yeah. There were a couple of you there.
I'm the guy who had 2 ears and some hair, had a couple fingers. You know that guy?
I don't remember much of anything
And
at the
balls.
end of that one.
He had a
actually.
lot of balls.
Good for you, Mike. I would have done the same if I.
I
had
was
beer.
really
If you had the balls.
appreciative for that dinner. It was a really nice dinner. It was pretty much the best commercial beers you can find locally, and Mike was nice enough to let me bring a couple homebrews and serve him with his dinner. So I was really appreciative of that. So that was really
cool.
a treat. Comparing it next to a bunch of.
Okay, so you were included in the dinner. You weren't one of the people who was like crashing the party with your own beer.
He didn't crash.
No. He paired my dinner with my beer with a salad that he had, and then actually I had the Russian Imperial stout that's barrel aged, and we use that for the dessert beer.
I do remember that one.
Wow, great.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
All right, anything else there, Shat?
Well, total 13 medals in that competition, Bruin Network.
Yeah.
12 to Mike.
What a stud.
Great job, buddy.
Yeah. And the other one, the other one for Brewing Network, please give that name again.
Steve Kirby.
Steve Kirby. Good job, my brother. All right, everybody bringing it strong for the BN, and by everybody I mean you two guys. So that was very, very cool. All right, Mike, so I guess you're coming down here with some beer and some show topics soon.
Yeah, we got to figure out a date, and then I would love to bring some beer down there, and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
All right, good. Are you going to Boonville in a couple weeks?
No, I haven't planned to do any more festivals or any more things locally for a while.
All right.
I can tell you, just buying bottles to ship off to competitions is killing you enough.
All right.
Everything's going up in price, so I would love to get up there, but I just with everything else going on.
Okay.
With
everything, with all my medals and stuff, I don't know if I can.
It's kind of hard.
They're weighing down the moped.
It's kind of hard to get around.
I don't know how Mr. T did it.
Yeah.
He's a bigger man than me. I can't move.
All right, Mike Mraz, CUDA in the forums.
I'm shocked. I got to say that's pretty cool that I got
12 medals. Yeah, just say it. I'm a badass. It's okay.
No, I'm not gonna say it. No.
No, just say it. Just say it. Hey, Jameel, suck it. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah. Just repeat after us. Hey, Jameel, eat it.
Eat it.
No. Yeah.
12 medals.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Unless Jamil got 13.
Yeah. Say, Jamil, don't blow your back out bending over for me, okay?
You guys are going to get me in trouble.
Hey, we're getting ourselves in trouble while we're at it.
Okay.
Now, you're making a run for it. Jamil will be proud of you, too. So, good work, my brother.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
Good luck and best of show.
Hey, take care.
Absolutely.
Oh, did you hear that little cryptic
what did he say?
Encouragement from the Tasty?
No.
I heard it.
Mike, you're son of a...
Let's keep it moving. Okay, I got some other things going on here that I got to do for you guys before we get out of here. Here's a question for Peter before I move on. Somebody in the forum, Film Lab Rat, in the chat room. Peter, have you ever considered, this is a good idea if you haven't considered it, have you ever considered a single hop sampler 6-pack? You know, the same beer, hopped with 6 different hops.
That's really intriguing. That would be logistically difficult for us. We'd have to have 6 different tanks.
Exactly.
So we'd be...
Yeah. and actually, even though I think I love the idea because we're homebrewers here, homebrewers would eat that up. We'd all go buy that 6-pack, but maybe not everybody else.
That would be a lot of beer because the smallest batch we can brew is 10 barrels, and where our bottling line is, we only have 3 15-barrel tanks. So I'd only be able to brew 3 at a time, and then 3 it'd be a tough comparison.
Yeah.
It's really intriguing. But that would be
if you could get the hops.
Yeah, there's that.
Well, I'm thinking just like 3 hops, so 3 and 3.
Yeah,
or just one at a time. Just have a vertical
you got
one a month
half
or
a
something.
6-pack and half a 6-pack.
That's a 12-pack.
That's a 12-pack.
That's half a 12-pack.
Don't make me talk so much,
Doc. Do you start starting to sound kind of like Kit from Napoleon when you progresses.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm trying to enunciate so I can
You're just turning into a cage fighter.
Crossed.
He did just turn into a cage fighter.
Cage fighter.
All right, a couple of things.
I don't get it.
You're okay.
Yeah.
Couple of things to play for you that I found interesting here. At the Craft Brewers Conference, when we were talking about I went to this media event where they just kind of, they talk about how great the industry is doing and want us all to know about it so that we can write about it and report about it. But one of the cool things was Julia Hers, who is the marketing director at the Brewers Association. And let me tell you this about Julia, too, in case anybody wants to send her an email and say thanks for the support. She is a huge supporter of the Brewing Network. And whenever the BA starts talking about doing different media events, she goes to bat for us constantly and always mentions us and really appreciates what we do and appreciates you as listeners for responding to all of that. So she's just a real cool lady. You'll remember her from our Mead show that we did a while back. And we had 3 different guests on the Mead show. And back then, she was running honeywine.com. She was doing a Mead site. And she had since been hired by the BA as our media director. And she's just a real cool lady. And like I said, a good friend of the BN and a good friend of yours. And as she's talking about the craft brewing industry, out of the blue, and I didn't have my recorder going, but out of the blue, she starts saying how much impact homebrewers have had on the success of the craft brewing industry. And she's throwing out all these numbers about how great craft beer's been doing and all of these things. And then she just starts saying, and by the way, I think that homebrewers have really given us craft brewers a kick in the ass and kind of made this happen. So I went up to her afterward and asked if she would kind of give that to me again so that you guys could know how some of the people at the Brewers Association really feel about your contribution. So here's Julia Hers from the Brewers Association from the Craft Brewers Conference talking about your impact on the craft beer industry.
The strength of craft beer, one of the main reasons is directly attributable to the passion behind homebrewers and what I call kind of trickle-up economics, where homebrewers have been that base grassroots efforts behind getting people to understand that flavor and diversity is worth appreciating. And with homebrewers saying hey to their friends, hey to their inner circle and their outer circle of people that they know, try my beers, try this commercial beer, this and that. It just, that's what's been going on for 20 years. And I think that's been a big part of what's really happened on the big scale of success now with craft brewers and why they can be successful, because people have been educated by their people that have turned them on to flavorful beers.
So there you go. Big thanks from Julia Hers, just kind of talking about, and I think she's right, don't you think, Peter, as a craft brewer?
Totally agree. I love going to NCHF every year. I go around and taste all these different clubs and the funky, crazy stuff that they're doing, and I get reinvigorated and get kind of I get new ideas from that all the time for brewing different beers. And I was actually talking to Sean about, we were talking about brewing a Belgian Imperial Stout, and one of our local homebrewers brewed one of those and brought it into me, and I tasted it, and I said, I'm going to brew that this year, and you're going to come make it with me.
Yeah.
And, it really comes back to we've all got friends who are an expert in something. You've got your friend who, like, if you want to know the newest band, you ask him because he's your music expert. And you got your friend who's your expert in beer. And for most people, it's their friend who homebrews, or their guy who goes to all the breweries.
Yeah.
And they're ambassadors for craft brew.
Yep.
And they happen to make it at home, but in doing so, they have a better understanding about it, and they're their respective circle of friends expert on beer. And there are ambassadors that are out there promoting craft beer. So I absolutely agree with Julia.
I really like about going to events is a home brewer. They'll give me a beer, and I'll go look at it, and I'll go, okay, and I drink it.
Some are better than others.
It kind of sounds like Bill Cosby when he talks.
And you eat the Jello pudding pop.
Thank you, Doc, for your commentary on
that was so
Julia's,
bad.
You're welcome.
That was so bad.
It was fine. You look at it and go, I'll drink that.
It was very commentary.
I think that JP almost does a Doc better than he does the Gay Prince, actually.
Oh, wow.
That was pretty good.
No.
See? They obviously were very different.
The Gay Prince is so cool.
All right, so I just thought that was real cool because not only are we kind of pushing the boundaries, with our recipes, but Julia kind of pointing out that we're really recommending different craft beers to our friends and stuff. So hey, a round of applause to you homebrewers out there and being
Kudos,
recognized
baby.
there. All right, and here's another interview. It's just a little longer, not too much, but this is Ray Daniels talking about the Cicerone program. And the Cicerone program's really cool in terms of the industry because, Doc, you're going to love the Cicerone program because you're the guy who hates going to the brew pub. And you ask the waitress, hey, well, what kind of beer is that? And she goes, well, it's a Hefeweizen.
It's a microbrew.
It's a micro Hefeweizen for beer.
We serve it with a lemon.
And can't tell you anything more about the beer.
Yeah.
Well, the Cicerone program is designed not only to have people in the industry that know what they're talking about, but to educate servers and bartenders and different people throughout the beer world to really know what brew pubs are doing. So here's Ray Daniels to tell us about what the Cicerone program is.
Thank you.
And what it does.
The Cicerone certification program is, the shorthand is it's a beer sommelier program, but we don't use the S word because, beer people don't want to be taking stuff from wine, so that's why we came up with the word Cicerone, to be a unique word to use in the beer community for people who are expert guides to the beer world. And it's really intended to be a professional certification for people who sell or serve beer, and launched late 2007, early 2008. There are 3 levels. There's a certified beer server, which is the first level, very simple, basic knowledge. Second level is the certified Cicerone, and that's more involved in terms of knowledge, and it requires tasting skill and ability. And then the third level is the Master Cicerone, and that is basically, everything there is to know about beer and how to serve it and what to serve it with. So those are the 3 levels. The program covers 5 areas of knowledge about beer. The first one is keeping and serving beer, the whole, getting it from the brewery to the consumer in good shape. Second is beer styles, which obviously is very important. Third is flavor and evaluation, so understanding the theory of taste and where beer flavors come from, and then also the discriminative ability of your palate to be able to tell between styles and off beers and things like that. Fourth area is beer process and ingredients, so you understand what it's made of and how it's made. And the fifth is beer and food pairing. And so those are the 5 areas of knowledge. And as you go through the program, you get more and more in-depth, deeper into those 5 areas. So initially it's mostly about the keeping and serving and a little bit about beer styles. When you get to the Master Cicerone level, it's probably going to be a lot about beer and food pairing, assuming you've got all the other stuff nailed and mastered.
And how interested are you finding the industry in this?
Great. Yeah, ton of interest. Yeah, we've got a number of breweries that have already signed up to put their sales staffs through the program. We've got beer distributors, wholesalers that are signing up to do the same thing. And we've had more than 100 people take the online exam already, the Certified Beer Server exam. And I'm giving the first Certified Cicerone exam here in San Diego this week. And I've got 7 people signed up to do that, which is about what I expected for the first time through.
Great.
So I'm real happy. The website's getting a lot of traffic. We've got 1,600 registered users on the website.
What's the website?
Cicerone.org. Yeah, that's Cicerone, as in Cicero, the old Roman scholar.
So there you go. Cicerone.org. You can check it out. And a good program, I think, because I'm tired of going to brew pubs where the beer's fantastic and the staff sucks.
It's a great program. It's what's needed in the industry right now.
Yeah.
I liked your question in there. So how you...
It was early. I was hungover and early, and I'm trying to do these interviews, and I'm like... I tried to keep myself off mic entirely so I could just not have my 8 a.m. voice on. Yeah, that was bad. So, Ray, what's the web address?
I'm stretching here. I'm stretching.
How do you spell that?
Nah, Ray's cool. Ray Down is a good guy. He kind of freaks me out sometimes because he's a little standoffish, but when you get him to talk, just a nice dude who's real into this thing. He's serious about what he does.
He's my hero.
And I think that's why he kind of he puts you off a little bit. But he means business about what he does, and he does a great job.
Yeah.
He is responsible for getting together with Jamil for that Brewing Classic Styles book that you love, and he's responsible for he's solely responsible for Doc's favorite book, which is Designing Great Beers.
Oh, it's an awesome book.
Yeah.
I still reference it today.
Do you?
Yeah. I'll pull it out. I get away from it sometimes, and then it's like I just pulled it out last week because we were getting ready to brew a brown ale. And I'm like, I haven't brewed a brown ale in years, so I got to see what Ray's got to say.
Let's do the thing.
He's a good dude. Ray Daniels right there from the Craft Brewers Conference talking about the Cicerone program. Okay, and the last bit of audio I have for you. Shat, am I forgetting anything today? I mean, I'm not leaving just yet. We'll come back and say goodbye, but I want to play our voicemails for the week.
We've got another giveaway, too.
Well, what about the listener line?
Okay, let's do that. All right, so let me play the listener line.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, or not
Hey,
so
how about
much.
that line of beers at the CBC? You were telling that story. Poolside? What was that whole deal?
I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that when I come back. Let me play you our listener line voicemails, and it will give you time to participate in Stump the Brewer. All right? JP, you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
You're going to have to work at this.
I got a stump for sure.
They're
Wait,
gonna
what?
throw them at you.
Peter's tough.
So in the chat room, we're going to do Stump the Brewer. So send your questions to JP right now in the chat room. And JP, you can just copy and paste them all into my little message thing there.
Oh, I'll put them in there.
Make it easy.
I'll put them
Stump the Brewer. And what are we giving away for Stump the Brewer, Peter?
Well, the first gift that went out and this other one that we brought, it's just a little kit. It's a baseball hat, an Imperial Stout T-shirt, and a pint glass, all rolled into one little package.
All from Sac Brew.
All from Sac Brew.
All right. And, of course, you can go to sacbrew.com or just click on our homepage. There's a link right there. It says Sac Brew. Good-looking stuff, actually. I like the hat and the shirt. It's looking
nice
real
swag.
Nice. Yeah. Good swag for Stumping the Brewer. If you will remember, Peter held out longer than any other guest we've ever had on Stump the Brewer. He did a great job last time.
He worked it.
And he's back again to take you on. We haven't done Stump the Brewer in a long time, and we got a good prize to give away. So let me play you our voicemail for the week. Doc, you're going to enjoy this. And while we're doing it, get your Stump the Brewer questions to JP in the chat room. We'll do that when we come back. Here is our voicemail for the week.
Hey, I'm fucked up, man. But I want to know what makes beer good. I mean, is it the malt or is it the hop? You know, I just want to know because it's all good to me. Whatever is good is good. That's what I want to know. So just let me know what makes it good. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Peace out. Be in for life. Yeah!
God damn it, you sons of bitches. How long does it take to drink? For the love of God. I can't believe Shoe Man puked his guts out. Beverly can drink like a motherfucker. You guys rock. Keep up the good work. Say it with me now. Rat pad. Rat pad. Rat pad.
Sheesh. Mix me your 100-grain Ender recipe and let them ferment in my gut. Don't talk one turn to talk. Miss me your 100-grain recipe. Miss me your 100-grain. Miss me your 100-grain. Damn it. Miss me your 100-grain recipe? Amber recipe. Miss me your hamburger your amber recipe and put it in your mouth and ferment it in your gut. Miss me your hamburger-grain recipe. Miss me your 100-grain recipe and ferment it in your gut. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Well, pressure longer. Hi. Well. Best song ever.
This is Brew Too Much from the forum. Fuck you guys. I got 11 gallons of Lambic boiling right now. 6 gallons of IPA boiling right now. It's Tuesday afternoon. Sunny. I'm 4 beers deep. Fuck yeah.
Hey, I just thought I'd call and tell you. My St. Bernard must be neurotic because he's sitting here chewing on his nails. Is that normal? Does Biscuit do that? Bag hole.
Guys, we got a problem here. I think I'm addicted to the Brewing Network. Thanks a lot.
I heard my bubbler bubble. I want to be the drunk of the weekend. Dessert you, never gonna bet on mine. Never gonna be a good guy. Never gonna be a goodbye and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna be so guy and desert you. Drunk in the weekend, desert you.
I was walking down the street on a sunny day. Hubba, 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 hubba. I'm feeling on the bones that I had my way. Hubba, 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 hubba. Well, I'm a bag hole boy. Bag hole boy. Ain't it good when beers are going your way? Hey, hey. Poor JP got hit by a car. Hubba, 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 hubba. Put his guts in a box and put them in a drawer. Hubba, 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 hubba. Well, I'm a bag hole boy. Bag hole boy. Ain't it good when beers are going your way? Hey, hey. I forgot all about it for a month and a half. Hubba, 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 hubba. I looked in the drawer and started to laugh. Hubba, 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 hubba. Oh, I'm a bag hole boy. Bag hole boy. Ain't it good when beers are going your way? Hey, hey. Hubba, 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 hubba.
Hey, this is Bluebird Globby Gleepy Glop has just baptized me. I'm also the creepy guy who makes skin suits, apparently. Yeah, it's Matt from northern Quebec. I just wanted to thank Doc for his effort, although it was weak. But thanks anyways, and I would also like to thank all the other contestants who actually waged all their points and all actually Doc's effort. So that was great too. Thanks, guys. And you think I do skin suits, right? Well, I'm a janitor, but I'm also learning my dad's trade. My dad's a taxidermist. So, not too far from skin suits. All right, see ya.
Hey, Justin, what's going on, man? This is the local brewer from Chicago. It's Friday night. Nice win by the Sox, 9-2. Loving it. Coming home, drinking some nice home brew. And, yeah, that's about it, man. I was wondering, I'm not too big on the forum or anything like that. You know, phone calls are more my deal, and I apologize for that. But I just want to let you know you guys are doing a great job, and yeah, everything is awesome, and just keep the home brewing community going on, and that's about it. And I apologize for this call. It's 3 a.m. I'm pretty much drunk, and sorry. I apologize, but just wanted to say thank you for everything that you and your team is doing, and be an Army all the way. Support the Be an Army. Later, everybody. Bye.
Hey guys, how you doing? It's ZZ from San Diego. It was good to finally meet Justin and JP down at the Craft Brewers Conference. Justin is surprisingly a lot taller than I realized, and JP, I couldn't believe it. He's a lot gayer than he seems on the show. Anyway, talk to you guys later. Bye.
What's up, Brewing Network? This is Jay Brew. Here I'm at the San Francisco International Brew Fest getting fucked up. I'm over here pouring for a beer for the public. I'm pouring for Mad River. I'm pouring for Allie Asher. Oh my God, there's so many fucking women here, dude. This place is... I'm telling you right now, this is incredible, bro. I wish you guys were here. I wish everybody a happy drug fest. I'm just saying, I wish all y'all was here. I'm going to give you guys a call later and give you the report. Until then, I'm drinking some beer. I'm having some fun. God bless you. I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but I'm just saying, this place is off the road. Take a listen. I swear to God, this is the biggest brew fest I've ever attended in my life. God bless you all. I love the BNB.
What up, Army? This is Thump in the forum. It's 2 p.m. 7 beers deep. Looking forward to the show tonight. It's fucking stealing.
And there you have it. That's your voicemail feedback for the week. It's 888-401-BEER, and it's available to you all week long. So if you want to leave your message just like those, a lot of troopers this week, huh?
That was great.
This doc. That's not cool.
That's not cool.
Well, you played Beer Jeopardy for him last episode. That's why he dissed
did
you.
I miss Beer Jeopardy?
He was Blobber Gleepy Glop. And,
blah, blah, blah.
And you were his. You were supposed to come through for him, and you didn't. So he just said you brought it weak. He was right. I mean, let's be honest. You brought it weak.
Dick.
He doesn't care if he's right or not.
No, I don't.
A lot of good voicemails in there. I encourage you to do the same.
You're lucky I represented you.
888-4. You're lucky.
Man.
You're privileged to have my name on your Beer Jeopardy.
Okay. I'm glad we invented voicemail.
Because next time we're going to bring it home.
Yeah.
So is that all of them, or did you have to weed out the weak calls?
I weeded out a couple. Because,
only a couple?
Yeah, because that was already 7 minutes long. There was a few in there that I get a couple of 10-second emails that they just call in and they're like, ref you! Just kind of random screamers. I
was so close to doing that myself.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great if one day, especially if I don't even know it's you, and one day I just edit you in there.
I was gonna work it up real good.
Yeah.
You were. Like I was on the Columbine.
I don't know what that means, but that's funny. That's all I have to say.
That's going to be our personal voice recorder.
Yeah.
Note to self. We're going to call in and use that.
Yeah, absolutely. If we have to do show notes, just call the 888-401-BEER number and leave them there. No, we had a lot of good ones, and I had to weed a few out. But, hey, call up. Most likely you're going to get on the air. So if you have something to say throughout the week, whether it be nice or not nice, drunk or sober, I don't care. Call up 888-401-BEER. We'll put you on the air.
Drunk and mean is probably better.
Nice is not good. Nice is not bad.
Sing-songy we like. There was a couple tunes given out there. Drunk and Mean we like.
I didn't like my song.
I liked your song.
Hit by a car.
You got hit by a car and all your body parts were put in a drawer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
And I also liked that the other guy was like, yeah, Jay's tall, JP's gayer than I thought.
Yeah.
I like that too. All right. We've got some Stump the Brewer questions in front of us. Peter,
Yep.
Can you do this? Are you ready?
You have a phone call too.
Oh, do I got to take that first?
Yeah, you probably should.
Let's see. Is this the last message I'm getting?
No, it's not. I can tell you who it is before you pick it up, or just pick it up and. Anyways.
No, tell me who it is.
It's in there somewhere. It's Paleo Pookie Boo 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 Boo. He lost a bunch of weight on the BN somehow. I don't know. I don't know the story.
And his name is Paleo Pookie Boo 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 Boo.
It's Paleo. What the hell? Paleo Pookie.
Paleo.
Yes, that's me.
Hey, what's happening? Where are you calling from,
I
brother?
wasn't lying.
I'm in Houston, Texas.
Hang up on him then.
Paleo Pookie, and what are you calling about, my friend?
Oh, man, because the Brewing Network made me lose 35 pounds.
No, we didn't. How'd we do that?
No way. He's our own Jared.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're our Jared. Jared made Subway famous.
It's the next diet.
Paleo Pookie, you might be our ticket to stardom.
All right, how are we going to market this?
What happened? How did we do that?
How did you do this?
Because I listen to you while I run and exercise.
Oh, okay.
Like when I was offshore and shit, because I've been, like, exercising every single day, just about. Like for running, about 3 or 4 miles, and then, lifting weights and all that crap.
Yeah.
What do you wear when you work out?
Hey, are you the BN brother who works on the oil rigs?
Yes, I am.
Ah.
I'm back. I've been back. I've been meaning to call or listen, like, live, because I've been gone, like, just got back, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
It's just been, like, lifetime and everything.
No, I'm glad you called because I read your email, and I was actually pretty fascinated, Doc. I don't know if you remember. So this guy,
Yeah, I do.
he works out in the oil rig,
Yeah.
and he's out there for long periods of time, and that's got to suck, by the way. And
it does.
So what do? You, like, listen to the BN and run around the rig?
And hit on the one chick that's there.
And hit on the one chick?
Oh, no. This time there wasn't even one chick there.
No.
That's bad.
So what do? You just, like, run around the rig?
Yeah, because I run, and then we got like a shitty exercise room, so I ride the bicycle for 45, 50 minutes, and then I lift weights till I get sick of that, and then I run.
All right.
Run for about 30 minutes carrying weight.
And you've lost 35 pounds?
Yeah, 35 pounds since
Wow.
January.
That's a lot of weight. You know what? 35 pounds is a heap of weight, don't you think?
Good job, Jared.
Oh.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
What?
On that place where you are. You're running. Slap you.
Why would you run around slapping people?
Because they haven't lost as much weight as him.
Oh, I see.
I can just picture Doc mincing around on the top of an oil rig going, slapping people.
No, I gotta have a reason to run around this oil rig.
Yeah.
And slapping people is it.
Challenging to
Hey,
duels.
you fat fucker. Boom.
So are you now? Are you now the slimmest guy on the rig, Jared?
Oh, hell no. I was kind of a fat sack when I started.
Oh.
I was kind of muscular, but, it's all in the fat.
I see.
Because you gain weight sitting around. You come to Texas and you gain 50 pounds. It's just like...
Sure.
That's just Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Are you married?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
She's here.
When you came back losing all that weight, you got some ass, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
She was
See how
stoked.
you are?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, there's like... it was like right from the minute I walked through the door, she's like, wow, you've lost weight. And she's happy. And then, and I got to drink
And then she gave you a steak.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you've lost
gave her a
weight. Oh, I
steak.
dropped something on the floor.
Oh, and I drank African beer, and it was weird. I don't know if you've ever had any.
No, what kind of beer was it?
Talk about a topic shift.
Yeah. that was-
You and Doc should hang out, man.
Yeah, we should.
Did you say Afghan or
hell
African?
yeah.
Either
I'm
way.
sorry, what?
It has nothing to
Apparently-
do with losing weight on an oil rig.
Apparently, dentists and oil rig workers both have ADD. They just
Yes,
jump.
we do.
They just jump from topic
I'm a
to topic.
geologist. I'm not just the oil rig guy, because we were like out there going and finding the stuff, because we weren't actually drilling at the time. We're finding it, because you got to find it first before you...
But you came home.
you gotta-
You came home and you were drilling.
You came home with that lost weight and you were drilling.
Yeah.
Multiple targets, too.
Awesome.
Ah.
Too much of
Oh, was it a gusher? No, I'm sorry.
Yes, it was, actually.
Good on you, Jared. I like
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Did I ever tell you that one time I worked at a Taco Bell once? It was great.
Hit the mother load.
Oh, but yeah, I had the beer down there, and I had this thing called crock, and it was like, it was kind of a crock of shit, but
It's
it
pronounced
tasted
crotch.
like bad Heineken.
Oh.
A crock.
Okay, sorry.
It tasted like bad Heineken. And then I had another beer called Promise, which was like malt liquor.
Yeah.
They promised you something.
Huh?
They promised you
What?
something.
All right. Are you? JP, what was this phone call about? Just about the weight, right?
Yeah, just about the weight. He lost
checking.
weight.
Just
Yeah.
want to make sure I miss it. All right.
Yeah.
I think
so,
it's good.
What do you weigh now, Jared?
548 pounds.
Oh shit! No, I weigh like.
Are you really?
Yeah, I weigh like 245, I think, or 240.
Awesome.
Can we talk to your wife?
Yeah, hey, Jared, that's your wife in the back,
Yeah, hold
right?
on a second. Here's my wife.
Yeah, put her on the phone.
She's on the radio.
Why are you on my phone? That's so weird. Hello?
Hi,
Hello.
sweetheart. What's your name?
My name is Lee.
Hi, Lee. It's nice to talk to you. You're on the air with us right now.
Oh, wow, okay.
And we're curious how you felt about your husband coming back off the oil rig,
All
having
svelte and
lost.
stuff.
He lost 35 pounds.
He's smoking hot.
Oh, he's always been hot, sweetie. Then it wasn't a problem. But, yeah, I was
see.
feeling really good because I've been trying to get him to start exercising with me again for a long time. And he began to get what they, call pre-hypertensive, and it was scary.
He was a big
And then
fat
he-
load, right?
What?
He was a big fat load.
He told us about the exercise with you.
Yeah.
You just take the phone for me.
Oh, see, Chad,
God
you
damn
offended Lee.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, Lee.
Yeah, now look what you did.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you there. I had an echo or something.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that's
okay.
fine.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
we didn't say anything.
The whole sorry thing.
So now you've got him exercising with you again.
Well, he actually, our schedules don't really mix very well, and he hates bicycles, and that's mostly what I do. So we don't really exercise together. Surprisingly enough, I was a little shocked to find that when I tried to keep up with him the other day,
Yeah.
as far as running,
Yeah.
I couldn't quite do it.
Really?
I think a little smack to the back of the head.
We'll slow him
Get
down.
him going.
Doc's a little violent tonight. You're going to have to forgive
You know what?
him.
You guys got to do this together.
Yeah, you got to look at him and say, "Huh, okay," and then just do it.
Do you want to be a fat load again?
He sounds like he's on top. So
No, I mean he's doing it. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
And he's doing it with. He's a really determined guy. He
Good.
can do just about anything he gets his mindset to it.
you know what? 35 pounds is really healthy.
Since
That's good to hear.
January.
No, that's
Yeah,
pretty
it's-
good.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and you can just everything about it. It begins to complement. It's sort of a cascade effect.
Yeah.
The weight comes off, the muscle is going back up. Like I said, the high blood pressure is down.
Yeah, it is.
Sex effort's never down.
That's a man.
That's a mile.
But maybe a little bit more endurance. I don't know.
See, that's what I would think.
You get the muscle going back up. That's a mile.
His heart rate's a little better. He's able to stay right in there. All right, well, good. I'm happy for you too.
We're moving in the right direction.
Yeah. Hey, Jared.
I think it's all that platform drilling.
So you got to tell me what you weigh now.
Oh, I weigh like 240 something, like 245, a little less.
And how tall are you?
I'm like 6'1".
Oh yeah, you're a good 20, 30 pounds over, man.
He's got some. You know what? He's got some weight to lose. But listen to me. 35 pounds
in 4 months.
Let's give another round of applause for our brother right here. He's doing well.
Smoking.
When are you back
Way to
out
go.
on the platform? How long are you home for?
Till October, then I go back to Angola for another 60, 90, 100 days maybe.
Okay.
Can we point out the fact that his wife still wants to do him?
Of course she does.
Doc.
You know what? It's that's smoking right there.
She said he was hot all the way through.
He's hot all the way through.
Hey, your wife
she's getting
sounds
ready to
hot,
give me-
by the way. I got to give you that.
I gotta give props to the wife.
Yeah, props to the wife. Round of
I
applause.
got one thing for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Additionally, you know how I heard on the show a couple days ago, a couple weeks back, because I'm still making my way through the end of April right now.
Yeah.
Up to April, and y'all were talking about hearing somebody smack their wife on the air.
Yeah.
I could hear my wife smack another girl on the air.
Oh.
I like to
Really?
hear that.
What?
Yeah.
Did he just
Let me
allude
get
to
this-
what I
yeah.
think he just?
Let me get this straight. Your wife is going to smack another woman on the air.
We'll see what I can do about it in a week or two. We'll see if I can get one on there.
Oh.
All right, let me give
He's
you
planning ahead for you.
Let me give you a phone number here. It's 888-401-BEER and Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. Whatever you got to organize with this with what's going on here, you email Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll put this on the air.
Yeah. Any pictures?
Okay, I'll see what I can do then.
All right, you work on that. All right, my
Okay,
brother.
Hey, thank you. You have a good night.
No, you too, and congratulations. You're doing a good job. And while you're home now, listen, I know you're in Texas. Keep it up. Do some exercise and don't just sit around eating, okay?
Yeah, don't be like the rest of Texas.
hell,
Don't be a fat
oh
load.
hell no!
Yeah.
I run every day, and I'm
Good.
as soon as we get next weekend, we're going to the microbrewery here in town because they got a big tour, and we're going to go down there.
Tell your wife to shut up.
Thanks, y'all.
Say, hey, listen, it's my time right now.
I really want to hear what she wants to say.
Nah, I'm just effing with you. Hey, I'm proud of you. Good work, my brother.
Thanks, man. You have
All
a good night.
right, we'll see you later. All right, there you go.
Bye,
How about
Jared.
that? That's Jared right there.
Awesome.
Yeah. Don't ever log in as Paleo Pookie Bookie. You're Jared.
That's oil platform Jared, and good on him. I like to hear that. That's a lot of weight, and that's tough to do. So good.
His wife still wants to do
Good. As much as we talk about that around here, I've never once said or thought that it's an easy thing to do. So I like to hear that, man. You keep it up, my friend. All right, Stump the Brewer. I got some questions going on.
You got a
here.
lot of questions.
Boy, oh boy.
Come on.
Well, we'll just start at the top like we do and see
Can he have a shout out?
how far Peter can make it, huh?
Can Peter have a shout out?
Peter, do you need to give out a shout out?
Apparently I do.
Oh, no, it's like something.
Doc, can you ring your beer bell for me?
I can.
Thank you. Anybody who's got beer near them,
I don't have any near me.
Hey, shit, chat.
Look at this.
That's you. Yeah.
Anybody who's got beer, it'll do fine.
Chad's still working on Mike Mraz's awards list.
All right, let's start with these questions here. Peter?
Yes.
Your first question. Who will win the series, the Sharks or the Stars?
The Sharks.
That's right, baby.
I think he's got that right.
He's right.
All you Texans listening, that's right.
Okay. Question number 2. How much poop is in JP's pants right now?
Minimal. I would go minimal.
I'm leaning towards minimal. He's not jumping up. He's looking oddly comfortable, actually.
JP, is there poop in your pants?
That's a trick question.
He says no. All right. Question number 2 is also right. The brewer is not stumped so far.
It's just a man pond.
That's right. That's a man.
Now, this is a good question. I wonder if you're going to know this one. And I wonder if I want to count it, too. All right. What amount of money was mentioned as the craft beer revenue at the beginning of the show? Were you paying attention?
Well, which one? The right answer or the wrong answer?
The right answer. Well, let's say the right answer. What's the right answer that we said?
$5.7 billion.
Attaboy.
Billion. He said billion.
5.7 billion.
And he means billion.
Judges?
Billion.
Yeah. Okay.
Come, Peter. Billion. Cha.
Okay, here we go. Here's a good question. Stump the Brewer. This is for a prize pack from Sacramento Brewing Company. It's a hat, a shirt, and a glass.
No,
and,
not all three. The
all
trifecta?
3. You're getting the trifecta of love from Sacramento Brewing Company. What is the name of the groove cut into the top of every barrel stave that the head of the barrel fits into?
When we go into anything at Sac Brew, we do it full bore. So we got to know every aspect of it.
Yeah.
And that combined with the fact that my family has been involved in winemaking.
This one's right up your alley.
Yeah, that would be called the Crows.
Nice.
Okay.
He's right.
Bringing it strong.
You just got served.
Could have said the Pigeonhole for all I know. I don't know if that's right or not.
Right back at you.
No, what's good?
Ohio.
Okay.
Great. These guys are providing answers, so.
Okay, here we go. Here's one. This one I like. This is complicated.
Nevada.
Which would buy you more cases of beer, Peter? Would it be 40 ounces of silver, 12 ounces of gold, 1 ounce of platinum, or $10? Which would buy you more cases of beer?
This might be it.
I'm going platinum.
This might stump
Gold's
you right
been on
here.
the rise.
Is that keg pouring right there behind you,
Yes,
Doc?
it is.
Will you fill that glass for me, please?
Good job, Chit Chat.
No, I'm going to have him.
Just it's right behind you.
I'm going to have to
It's
go
so
with,
far away.
I'm going to have to go with $10.
You're going to say $10 will buy you
They
more
said it was
cases of beer.
an ounce of gold?
12 ounces of gold.
It was 40 ounces of silver,
No.
12 ounces of gold, 1 ounce of platinum.
I'm changing it. It's got to be 1 ounce of platinum.
I would have said the platinum, too. I
Yeah.
think it's an ounce of platinum.
Gold's going way freaking out of control right now.
Yeah, gold's like $800 a pound.
No, it's well above 1,000.
So you guys are saying gold?
Gold's above 1,000.
Wow, it's gone up.
JP, do you have the answer in front of you?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Peter's
Waiting for my final answer.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
this is all just he's thinking it out.
Gold was
What's
like,
your final answer?
I checked on Friday and it was 10,080
for an
ounce.
1080?
1080 for an ounce.
Music.
Take the deal.
I can give you that.
And it was. You know
Can
what
I-
I?
can I
you know
ask
what
the
I
audience?
have?
What? What do you got?
I have a
It was,
techno
it
version
was
of
supposed to
Beaver
go
Town.
down from that point.
Here's your intense music. Do you have a final answer?
I'm going to go with the audience and say gold.
Yeah.
All right, he's switching his answer to gold. JP, what's the answer?
Gold.
Yeah.
Oh!
Not stumped.
Good job.
Awesome.
Next question. How ridiculous is that?
Can we play this at Burning Man too?
Yeah.
Make it stop.
All right, here you go. In the Middle Ages,
It's 4 a.m.
monks were allowed to drink how many quarts per day?
Oh, there's sweat on his brow.
That would be 5.
That's correct. I know that because he was on Beer Jeopardy last week. Look at Peter. I told you. He kicked ass last time. He's doing it again. He's
Don't do
making
it.
you earn your prize pack.
Hey, Justin, did that give you a beer?
This is such a ridiculous song. We should mix this with Tasty Crack Cans. Let me see. I can
Tasty
probably do
Crack
that right now.
Cans.
Let me see if it works.
Justin mix.
Turn the Anagata DeVita down a little bit.
I can. It's all in the same fader.
It's so Inagata DeVita.
It kind of works in like an acid mix kind of way. All right, next question. Doc needs a beer.
There's a tap 2 feet behind him,
and he needs a beer.
and he wants chit chat to do something.
All right, here we go. The next one from Chuli in the forum. What is the Weizen yeast subspecies? I don't even understand that question, is how difficult that is.
Weinsteffen.
Okay, Peter, thank you.
The Weizen yeast subspecies. JP, is this a gettable answer? You know the answer. You
I have it, but I don't know if it's accurate or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me Google myself. I mean, Google it.
Google yourself.
You know that JP spent some time Googling himself, right?
And the cat.
Especially now that my article's out.
name.
Hell yeah.
In between levels of
Google
World
it.
of Warcraft, he Googles himself.
Naked. Skin
It's the breakdown, JP.
The breakdown.
I always thought it was just more expressive brewer's yeast. I didn't realize it was its own thing.
Oh,
Researching now.
Commence research level 7.
The banker
research.
said. The banker says.
Come on, Alex Trebek.
You can't concentrate with that on.
No.
I can't.
It's a glow stick.
You know what? I think it's a false number.
Yeah.
So there's. Can I give the answer, or are we done talking about it?
Yeah, because Peter doesn't really have an answer. Yeah,
It says
it's gonna be
Cerevisia del Brucki, but then there was research done on the Homebrewers Digest,
a counter
where
answer.
someone actually put. They looked at the AFRC National Collection of Yeast Cultures, so. Yeah,
Exactly.
the S. cerevisiae strain number 92, deposited in 1933 by A.C. Chapman, original deposit name S. Del Brucki in TSC 3964. There was no... So I concluded that the Del Brucki was really just a strain of cerevisiae. But homebrewers use the term Del Brucki as a convenient handle. By which they could refer to a particular strain or strains.
Yeah. Whatever that meant. I don't know.
Pretty much that we don't care.
Is that stumped? Was that a real answer?
I don't know. I don't think it's... this guy, Chuli's saying it's the yeast sub commonly used in Weizen, but...
Blah, blah, blah.
I give it to him for effort, man. That was pretty mean.
Nope. Sorry.
Peter,
Out.
it's your
Out.
prize.
Out. He's out. Out.
I say we give it to him. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of
He's the
questions
man.
left for you. So
We got a lot of questions.
I think it's a gray area. I don't think it's not a properly defined answer.
Nope. Out.
But maybe it is.
Out.
What do I know?
Let's try another couple just for the hell of it, huh?
Don't make me come across this.
What temp is the Maillard reaction peaked?
Ooh.
Now, that's one you could know, Peter.
I know it's really hot.
Maillard.
Maillard.
Yeah, you have to
whatever.
pronounce it first.
I got to do the 2LY thing with
Exactly.
in Spanish. I see.
Well, no, it's because it's like the two ducks.
Yeah.
Maillard.
I thought that was a mallard.
Maillard.
Is there some wash, or is it going to need to be like how many?
Is there a
how-
range, or
how
is it a
close?
specific number? JP, do you have that number in front of you?
158.
Yes, I do. Wait, do I? Where the
158.
No, that's
No, I don't.
sacrification.
You don't
I
have it in
don't
front of you
have
anyway.
that.
Yeah,
No,
we don't
he
have the
didn't.
real answer in front of us anyway.
He didn't give it to me. You guys got to give me your answers.
Why do Americans get drunk on so little beer? That's an interesting question.
Because we hate Canadians.
That was from an Australian. But, hey, good answer, Doc. What the hell,
Our
right?
beer's twice as strong as
It
yours.
works for me.
All right, that's enough. That's enough of that. We'll give it to yeast subcategory dude. How about that?
Chuli.
You down with that, Peter?
Yeah, I'm
All
good
right.
with
There's
that.
a couple good ones in there, though.
No, there are some good ones, but come on, I gotta go.
What are you saying?
I gotta take a leak. Peter's got a baby at home. There's food to be eaten, and
Cha.
I'm sick of looking at Chad over there. Sitting across the room from me. Getting tired.
You still have beer in your mug.
I'm sick of the fact that Doc's got beer in his mug, a kegerator a foot behind him, and he's still ringing the bell.
And he's got a full beer.
Yeah.
I spent 5 hours of not ringing that damn bell.
All right.
Fine.
Justin Bobistu. You did me on.
All right, I agree.
Roofing me.
Right.
Juice.
All right.
It's 310. 310 degrees
okay, what does
is the
that
Maillard
say?
reaction.
All right.
Justin, what did
I would
that
say 300, but yeah.
It's not like it
I
says
don't know,
roofie
man.
me.
No, it
Roofie
said,
me.
Justin,
All
I'm
right.
calling you. Why aren't you calling me back?
Okay.
Call me.
I never would have known what it meant.
Yeah, I know.
Chet, what's next week?
We've got Ben Brewing's Tanya Cornett, gold medal winner.
Yeah.
Small brew pub champion brewer.
From where?
Yeah, one small
Bend,
brew pub
Oregon.
of the year at the World Beer
That's
Cup.
right. Yep. Bend,
All right.
Oregon.
Oregon.
Right on the Deschutes River.
On the phone or in the studio?
On the phone.
He said Bend.
All right, so we got
said Oregon.
Ben Brewing
Said Ben.
on the show next week. That'll be fun. We're off the week after that. I'll let you know because we're at the Boonville Beer Festival.
Weren't you supposed to be doing something else? No, guess not, right?
Not.
All right.
I don't think so. I think that's
No.
that. So tune in for that. Books, podcasts, T-shirts, American Homebrewers Association memberships, and donations, all available through the website and the BN store. You should go there and check it out and help us out. You can also buy Brew Your Own magazine through the homepage. Just click on the banner. It will appear on the homepage. Just refresh it if you don't see it. You get a great magazine, and you help us out while you're at it. You can also click those ads that rhyme with frugal. It doesn't cost you a dime, and it helps us out quite a bit. And then, of course, you need to visit and shop from our sponsors. You heard them throughout the program, and they kick ass. They keep the show coming to you. I promise you right now, I'm telling you, listen to me as I say it, this show would cease to exist without those sponsors that you hear on the program. Done. Gone. We're out of here. So please patronize them if you would.
Please. Go there.
You have a phone call. Drunk of the week.
Can we have one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, Doc.
Caller, who are we talking to?
I'm still here. I'm a silly beer geek from the forum. You heard that throughout the
Turn your radio down for me, would you?
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because I can't drunk hear you.
Doc can't drunk hear you.
He can't drunk hear you either.
No.
What have you been drinking?
Oh God. My own homebrewed Saison winter beer, and then Omegang wit beer, Omegang Hennepin, and then I don't remember how many of Brasserie Vapoise touch on that.
You've had a few.
Yeah. At least 6.
Where are you located?
Right above Philadelphia, Quakertown, Pennsylvania.
so it's kind of late. You're kind of drunk. I get it. So far, you're our only Drunk of the Week caller, aside from Doc, but he's here.
And I am.
He's from Quakertown.
I don't know who's drunker yet, guys. Doc or this dude? Peter?
I passed out on my keyboard twice already, and every time I call you guys, I wander into my woods because I don't wake up my roommates, and I have lost my way back here. It takes me like twice as much to get back. Walk out there.
Drunk of the Week.
What's he doing that?
Hands down.
It could be just a connection, though.
It could be.
You know, I'm on a cell phone. I could
It could be. Okay, why are you on a cell phone?
Who the hell are you?
No, he's trying to not wake up his roommates.
But he's getting lost in his house?
No, he's trying to not wake up his roommates.
You want to?
Doc's making a backstory for this guy.
Oh yeah.
What's this guy's name?
Phil. Phil. No.
I was the barrel brewer. Fucking from Lehigh Valley Home Brewers. God damn it.
Went down
Lehigh
and
Valley.
bought some. Went to the park.
It's disqualification.
I feel like I'm
for a
ordering
bad,
a Jack in the Box.
Bad cell phone.
I was
Can
going to
I
have
a large with a small.
Okay, so that's with a cheese, right?
I kind of want you to close the show for us. I just wonder if your connection's going to be good enough.
Thank you, Jeff.
Oh, hello. I walked outside. I got a full tower signal now.
All right, good. All right, close the show. You have to say things like support our sponsors. We'll see you next week.
I'm gonna hurl. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, a bunch of that. I'm going to give you the last word.
Forever?
All right, I'm going to shut everybody up. It's all yours. You're closing the show, my brother. Go for it. And you're Drunk of the Week. Go ahead.
All right.
All right, you're doing a good job so far, except that you got to say things.
All right, tell me when.
All right, go.
All right. Well, I love the Brewing Network. I'm falling down my hill right now, but yeah, more beer, Beer 3, Northern Brewer, and the Brewing Network are great.
White Labs.
And yeah, they're good.
Valley Brew.
Oh, what, Valley Brew? What?
You're good. Keep going. I'm just helping.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Oh God, the woods are hurting. Yeah, Lehigh Valley Homebrewers, great stuff, and the Brewing Network. The Brewing Network, the Jamil Show, the Lunch Meat, which sucks ass but is funny at the same time, and they're always good. Sunday Session, yes, great. Oh, I gotta pass out, guys.
Goodbye. Thanks, brother. Later.